I was thinking maybe I should close down some stuff before I went live, but I think it's too late for that because I am live. Yeah, chat is not refreshing. Very cool. Alright, there's two things I want to do here, real quick. I realize since I've gotten oh so good at taking this picture, I really should... You blinking? Whatever. Really should just take a 1-star as well. I don't know why I didn't do that. Doesn't need to be perfect, but I should be able to pretty easily beat whatever crappy score I have. It's actually blinking. Welcome to the chat room, twice. Okay. Welcome to the chat room a 3rd time. Awesome. Aw. Wait, why? Oh, there was another Pokemon bonus? Oh, well then I guess I'm not beating this picture anytime soon, if ever. Okay. Cool. It's fine as it is. So be it. But the other thing I wanted to try to see if I could get the Meganium to sit down again. I had one idea and only one idea. That was to do exactly what I did before. No, brilliant. How could I possibly be so smart? But I noticed that well, I tried doing the same thing many times, but if it matters, the difference between what I did when I got Meganium to do the thing and all the other times I tried is that I did not get Sylveon out. So we're just gonna leave Sylveon, and if something different happens, then I guess we're good. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying something real quick. I got the request on this stage. I don't know how I did it, but I got it. But I'm still missing Pokemon on the research map. I don't know if that means I just like failed to do something intelligent when the request thing happened, or if I'm just missing something completely different. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking happened. Well, it didn't work. Feels pretty random. Well, okay, whatever. Still need to get winter. Yeah, good luck with that. I don't know how to do it. I have some more ideas. If nothing pans out, I'll probably move back to the cave for a bit. You talking about a Meganium? Because that one I don't have any problems with. If it's for something in the jungle, then, like, I mean, they're all pretty much done. So if I missed any text in there, that's for another time, I guess. Ugh, get out of my way. Dang it. Well. On the beach? I have no idea. I think I have most of them. Or more than half of them. I don't know. Oh, wait. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm pretty sure daytime I have everything but the Pikachu one. Evening, I'm pretty sure I have no idea. I'm pretty sure I'm missing a lot. I don't think I ever really went very hard on that stage.
What's up?
Yeah.
How good is the snapping?
It just started. See, the interesting thing about this Yanmega is it goes a different way depending on which pair of trees it looks at you from. I don't know if it matters, but it's interesting.
Is it something you can control?
Yeah, it's just based on where you are when you hit it.
No. It's never easy.
It's true. I don't know what it is, but it's never easy.
Yeah, it's worth. I keep getting. There's this document. This like a spec document, and I was like, I can't use the spec file as it is because it has these errors. And I correct them locally, and I submit like these are the changes that you need to make because these are the errors that exist in it. So at minimum, I'm sure there's more errors. But these are the errors I saw,
Uh-huh.
and they keep not changing it, and so they keep sending me new spec files with like new revisions or whatever
And different new
without
errors.
the changes that I have locally. And so like every time like I have to like,
Merge
and
it.
like they're not using Git or anything, so they just give me a file, and every time I get this file, like a ton of changes in it, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
what are the changes that are actually relevant? What are the stupid things that I keep fixing every time? Every time this thing that takes like should take like, you know, 10 seconds or whatever, just drop it in, commit. It's always like an hour to go through all these changes.
Mm.
And like complain, it's like, hey, we like this. The fact we have two versions is a big problem, and you really should fix these proposed. Either fix them or reject them, whatever it is. Like we need to have like one version. But like as it is, it doesn't like the rec file that you're sending me. It's just not working. It's
Mm-hmm.
got bugs in it. So
I was that way too until I started getting spring like 95% of the time, and um, yeah. I have a lot of theories, and I disproved a lot of theories. But yeah, it's definitely a thing.
I wonder what the speed runs of this game will eventually look like, since
Probably kind of like the first game, yeah.
people ran the previous game, so I'm
Yep.
curious about. Well, I mean because of like all this like R&D stuff,
Well, if it's
or
RNG.
right, if it's RNG. I mean, to be fair, I don't know if the runs were like ever people ever do like 100% or whatever that is in this
Yeah, I
game.
think so. I don't know. I mean, I don't know about this game, but in Snap 1, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like, it's not very hard to like just run through the game, right? Because it's basically just an auto scroller, right?
Mm,
I mean, you're trying to not zoom in on pictures and stuff, but like,
I
I
mean,
don't.
yeah, there's a lot of micro optimization, but
Yeah, well, I guess I mean like because you don't really need to do very much to like unlock the next part of the game.
well, I don't actually know how true that is. Like in Snap 1, um there were definitely instances where like if you didn't take like a pretty good set of pictures on your like first run through of the stage, you have to redo it.
That you wouldn't have enough
You
points.
wouldn't have enough points or enough Pokemon or whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So like in the run, they like take decent pictures. I'm pretty sure of like the things that they need to. That's not
Sure.
just like
Well, I don't mean in the sense of it being like you have to make sure have like a good set of pictures, or even that it might be hard to get those pictures. Like I'm not questioning the difficulty of doing that, but what concerns me is that like assuming you're able to get them in like one run, or if you can't and you're just required to do two runs, then it's just
sure.
like, well, one point is this gonna be an auto scroller, right? Because like the only thing you can do to really speed things up at some point is to not zoom in as much as possible and
And
try not to be
never
blocked by
turn
other
around.
Pokemon.
Like
Huh?
turning also slows you down. You have to be like facing forward.
Yeah, that's
So
true. Yeah, it does seem like the run. Like I feel like 100% would be more interesting just because it's like the route would be a lot more interesting. I feel
Mhm.
like.
Well, you
But
also
I
have to
don't
go
really.
through every single stage bare minimum 4 times, right? Which it's probably more than that, just given the lack of certain items or whatever first run
Hmm.
through.
Yeah, well, there's also a bit of like I wonder how much of the run would have like some of these some of these snaps are really hard and you like may or may not get it in your first try, but like so you might like take different snaps of different Pokemon based on like what you had done in the previous run through. I think that's something that's probably a little that might be a little interesting in like 100%. And if there's stages like this, there if the stage like this is like truly like it's uncontrollable in like some way, or like there's like uncontrollable events
That would
in
suck.
some form. Well, it would, but it would also be
Oh,
like
I see what you mean. Like, you
you'd
can
have
make up for it
you'd
as
have
long as
to
you don't get unlucky all 4 times, kind of thing. Like,
yeah. Or
yeah,
you might it might require some things might actually just require more than 4 run-throughs, right? Because you have to play on different
yeah,
difficulties and there's
that
like different
is
routes.
true. That is also true. Yeah,
So like you're probably gonna play each stage like at least 8 times.
yeah,
And
and
it's like,
I think all stages do have unique Pokemon. Yes, almost certain.
yeah, so I feel like there might be a bit of like, oh, you kind of have to like pay attention to what you got and what you haven't gotten, and then
Uh
like
huh.
kind of route on the fly a little bit. But that might like be like stage specific, right? Because and it also might just get to a point where it's like, we understand exactly how it works, and like you
Mhm.
just follow the route, right? Like make sure you hit this Pokemon, make sure you take a picture of this Pokemon, make sure you know don't look at this Pokemon or whatever, and then like you'll go to this like specific stage and or whatever, right? And like you'll just follow a route.
I meant courses, not necessarily between night and day, but yeah, that's a good point.
Well, there's also like I think if you want to get like say like diamond on all poses or whatever,
Uh huh.
you might need to do
That's
like
true. There
those.
might be a Pokemon that appears in a state, like for example, Shaman in like the Illumina Meganium stage. Like, you're not getting. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe you can get a diamond because it's a Shaman, but so maybe that's a bad example. But like anything that like only appears in a stage, but it's kind of like far off, and then it appears like in a better way in another stage. Like, yeah, I guess that's what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, or even just like the day night version of the stage or something, right?
Mhm.
Because like the like sure you can get like a really nice like close up like say 1 star on the night stage,
Mhm.
but like it's sleeping, so you can't like get any of the other poses, kind of thing.
Right. Well, and yeah, that's the question. It depends on what the category is. So if it was all diamond
Yeah,
stars, it would
yeah,
probably
yeah, for
be
sure.
even. There would
All
probably be
diamonds
more.
versus all stars versus just all Pokemon,
Mhm.
or all crowns, right? It was like
That.
a different category.
Yeah, I guess.
Although that strictly just requires you to do all stages, right?
And
But
all Pokemon. Yeah.
right, but it doesn't require all poses, nor does it
Right.
require diamonds,
Right.
and it doesn't like so like you could do all you only need to do that enough to get like level 2/3 for all stages, and you only need to do as many times as there are routes. So you might have to do each
Mhm.
stage like maybe like 4 times kind of thing instead of like 8 or whatever.
Yeah.
You think all diamond will require a last skill beyond the route? I mean, it definitely be harder, right? Because but there's, there's a certain amount of like there are certain like snaps that might be just like this is a really hard snap, but it's possible, but you have like multiple tries to get it kind of thing because you're doing the stage multiple times, and like depending on like whether or not you got the snap or not, well, like you might route you might take a different route or something to get other Pokemon or something earlier or later.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know, it could be interesting. I do feel like I don't know. I feel like 80% would be still be kind of like it could be difficult, but I always wonder how like I feel like it'd be kind of difficult for it to be like a competitive speed run, just because I feel like the time saves are got to be pretty small. Like just how much potential like ceiling there is for that,
Mm-hmm.
and like any of like the 100% categories might become really really long. Like forget like the time it takes to route and practice it. Just like doing a run, it might be just really long. Cause like what it takes like I don't know like 3 minutes or something to go through the stage or
Probably longer
something.
than that. I mean, I
And
guess if
then
you're
you
turboing the whole way, but
yeah, and there's like what? There's like God, how many courses are there? Like 10?
hold on, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25?
Is that including day,
Including
night, and
day, night,
Illumina?
and also Illumina, yeah.
Uh-huh. So if you said you have to do each one like 8 times, just like as a random number, that's let's see, divided by 60. That's 9 hours.
I mean, you definitely don't have to do, like, the Illumina stages, like, 8 times, for example, but...
Right. And you might not even need to do any of the stages 8 times, right?
Right,
Like
yeah.
I don't that was kind of like a random number,
Yeah.
but just kind of ballparking like I wouldn't be surprised if the run is somewhere between 6 and 9 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
Be really rough. Not to say that people wouldn't do it. I just don't know if people are going to, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I never really got the impression that the original Snap game was that popular of like just like in general.
I mean, it was, but...
I guess. I mean, I know a lot of people like played it and liked it. It's just it's not like when I go into Twitch, it's not a game I see streamed very much. Like the original Snap.
Sure.
Like of like the N64 games, it's definitely not high on the list. Although the list of N64 games that are streamed is very short. All requests. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that might be like a somewhat more reasonable category.
And all
I mean,
achievements is just complete BS because it involves getting, like, online
internet
medals or
like
whatever. Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I
Well,
guess you
there
could
might be
count out all
if
the
there's like a
internet-related ones, but...
yeah, I would say if there's an all achievements like category, they would probably do like all achievements except those ones.
Yeah.
Would be my guess. Like just exclude the internet, the ones where you have to receive a certain number of likes. But it also might be the case that's like, oh, it's so easy to get that many likes that you just kind of do it.
I
But
mean,
like, there's
it's
just gonna be a point in the
not.
game
Hello.
where, well, I meant like if you're like, I don't know, you knew what pictures people on the internet liked or whatever, and you like just posted those every time, right? Like you are able to game the algorithm in such a way. But like even if that were the case, like there's going to be a point in the game's future where you just the internet, like people just aren't playing the game anymore. Like you're just not receiving likes, no matter how good the picture is. You would need another switch to give yourself likes. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to remember like how this is typically handled in other games when there's like stuff like that, but most likely that achievement will just be like not considered, or just that the entire category just is not really done at all, and just kind of people will discuss it but no one will actually do it kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Alright, thanks for the luck. See what I can do. There's a mystery I still have yet to solve in the caves. There's still other routes you can explore.
Yeah.
I know, and there's a Jolteon here somewhere. I'm like 90% sure.
Like one of the ones you're missing
95%
or
sure,
something?
yeah. There's an achievement for all evolutions, and I don't have Jolteon, and I'm also missing Pokemon in this stage, and this is like the only reasonable place for there to be a Jolteon.
Gotcha.
I mean, I'm missing Pokemon here, and I'm missing Pokemon in Jungle, but Jungle already had Leafeon, so this doesn't have any evolutions as of yet. It pretty much has to be here. Not that it really matters, but I'm missing a route. I'm missing a route.
You're missing a route and you're missing a Pokemon, so like
Yeah.
whether the EV is here or not, then it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of nice to square away the goals when you find them.
Mm-hmm. No, I
Wait,
probably...
this was reverted? Did you send me? I'm confused. I mean, I'll keep the change, I guess. If this was changed again, this can't be correct.
Am I gonna stream calculator? What?
I don't get it.
No, I don't either, actually. I've been out memed today.
Calculator's released on Switch. Oh. Wait, okay.
Just like Windows calculator, or
Like it's just a I mean, sure, why not?
is it free?
I hope so. I mean, it'd be nice if there's like more productivity tools and these kind of things, but maybe there's like a mobile device. But they're kind of just like whatever because your phone has most of its productivity tools.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's actually up.
I mean, I'll check it out.
What caused that, dude? What caused it? And what effects does it have?
It is very much not free. Yeah, no one would ever buy this. What? That makes no sense. Who's the publisher of this? Or sorry, not the publisher. It's obviously. It's like a 50. Fine.
$50 game? What?
No, $10. It's like 50 megs. I was like, but yeah, why is it $10? Why is it not? Why does it not say who made this? Why not?
Are
Why
you
is
sure
it
it's not like actually a game in the guise of a calculator? Like,
Its genre is education/utility.
uh,
Scientific calculator with clear and easy to read multi-line display, which should help with those not so easy to do math problems. Calculator has an appealing, modern, and practical design, sure to be popular with all students and engineers.
I mean, is it like a TI 86 or whatever the
Nope.
number? Like, can you like is it a graphing calculator or is it just
Nope.
like? Oh my god.
Just a calculator. And it doesn't do like hex or anything like that. It just does numbers. It has, I mean, I can't. Let's see what operations it has. It just like it just has like a button for every operation. There's no like thing. It just fills up the entire screen. The typical addition, subtraction, addition, division, conversion. It's got the memory buttons like normal. Percent. What does that do? Does it just divide by 100? Or multiply by 100? I don't know what the percent button does. Log, power, inverse, natural log, exponent, e, cosines. Let's see, sine, hyperbolics, squares, secant, cosecant, arctosine, factorial. That, okay, sure, why not? Pi, square root, 10 to the x. That's kind of a strangely specific operation, but okay. That's it. It just has a bunch of like, you know, like it's like a scientific calculator, the like kind of buttons. But it sucks because most scientific calculators that are like worth their damn would have at least allow you to like type like complex expressions with like parentheses and stuff, and this clearly doesn't support that.
It doesn't have parentheses.
Nope.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, so it probably doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't have any kind of like multiple operator expressions or anything like that. You just do one at a time, and you just use the last result over and over. Yeah, it's like not a very good calculator. This is like kind of like the because users switch at school. Yeah, it's like the kind of calculator. This is like your first programming project. Like if you wanted to like, I remember back when I was first learning like programming, and at some point, this wasn't my first project, but I remember someone who was who was older than me, and I guess they're giving me some of their books for reading and learning the program, and I skimmed them. They weren't very good. They're stupid old. I still own them actually. Anyways, they you know, like they're like books on like basic and stuff like that, right? Because that's what I was programming in.
Mm-hmm.
And they are like, well, you know, prove to me that you can like program or whatever, like make a calculator. And they're like, oh, it's like a really hard project. And I'm like, I've literally already done this before. And they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, here you go. Here's a calculator. It's like, I don't understand why this is like considered like one of those introductory like programming projects, because like all the operators like kind of already exist in the language typically, but it's like, here you go, I can expose the operators in like a text interface or whatever. It's like but so it wasn't like a graphical thing, it was because it's basic, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it was every time I see a calculator now, I'm like, this was like their first programming project, I'm sure. It's like someone just like made a calculator and like, oh, I'll sell it. Yeah, that makes no sense. I'm a little surprised Nintendo would publish this or put it on their platform or whatever, because it's clearly overpriced for what it does. Like your phone can do the exact same thing for free.
Yeah.
that like kind of worries me. Its existence kind of worries me just because it feels like it kind of indicates that it might be really easy to publish things on Steam.
On the
Well, assuming you
Switch.
can actually get the run on the sorry Switch. Assuming you can get the run on the Switch, that they basically will just publish anything, and that it's not like curated in any way. Yeah, it's not great. That is definitely a piece of software that should not exist. It's not a big deal. I mean, most likely, no one's just gonna buy it, and then it's just gonna be like, congratulations, you made no money off of it, right? But it's also like, it's a kind of project that probably didn't cost them very much to make, and they're charging a ton for it. So it's like, even if like 10 people buy it or whatever, they like probably still made a profit. So it kind of feels like a scam, you know?
Yeah.
Fucking $10 for a calculator, it's ridiculous. I introduced my mom to Wolfram not too long ago. Different world, man. Wolfram is like kind of incredible.
Only kind of.
There's another site. I'm trying to remember what it is. That's I can never remember. It's a graphing like a graphing calculator website. What's it called? Desmos? What is it called?
Never heard of it.
Oh yeah, they have a whole bunch of calculators. Anyways, it's free. But the thing that's really nice about Desmos as like a graphing calculator is that you can um like specify like variables that like aren't that you can like set. Like you can specify constants. And then it'll add in like a slider that you can like slide and like go watch like the graph move and stuff as you like slide it around. So it's like it's really nice for kind of like if you're like trying to teach people like how like different like changing different like constants or like in a function or whatever in different parts of the function, like how it like affects the function. Like you can use the sliders to really like easily visually show that stuff, right? And it's super nice. It's really easy to use. And it's a graphing calculator, and so in some ways it's like it's a nice tool to complement Wolfram Alpha. Since to be honest, Wolfram Alpha is kind of it's more useful when you're doing more complex stuff. A lot of times you're asking for like really simple things, and then it takes like it like spins for like 15 seconds and then spits out like a kind of not the plot that you really wanted, and then like a ton of information that you definitely didn't want, right? You're like, it's like I understand why it took so long to give me all this answer, but like this isn't like to many people who are like not doing the more technical stuff, like they're like this isn't really information I really needed. So Desmos is nice for that stuff, and I think it also has like a kind of basic calculator. And apparently it has a matrix calculator. That's cool. Oh, it also has what are these called? I didn't know it had this as well. I've never really been to the site at all. I've just seen people use it. There's a it has one of those, and the best way I would describe it is like an Archimedean calculator. You know what I mean by that?
No.
So it's a geometry tool,
Yeah.
and like it lets you draw like lines and circles and stuff
Ah.
like that, and like you can like only do things at like defined points. So it's like, well, I think you can specify points like arbitrarily too, but the idea is that you can like try to like do math using just geometry that is available in Archimedes days. So that's cool. Definitely would have been really useful to have something like this. And oh, and I can also calculate the angle between. That's cool. And yeah, this definitely would have been kind of cool to have in geometry. Like teaching geometry is like kind of having people like they can do proofs like this in class instead of on paper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The tools that exist these days on the internet for like education are like really good actually. I kind of like particularly for like grade school, like math and stuff like that. It's really funny. I've actually spent a lot of I've also recently been watching yet again a bunch of like history videos on YouTube, and
Mm-hmm.
just like, man, some of these videos are like really educational, but also extraordinarily entertaining. And it's like, I wish I had these videos when I was going through school because they like the depth of the content they cover is like way more than anything I did in school.
Hmm.
In like a shorter period of time. It's like, I don't know. I'm not saying that the educational system is like broken and should be replaced with internet. Like obviously it's not not the case. I just meant more like there's like so many really good tools available now to make like education more effective, and I I wonder how much they're like utilized in the classroom.
Probably less than you would hope.
Yeah, I think a lot of people still kind of generally like, I don't want to say don't like have like a version of technology, but I think a lot of people kind of have like a traditional view of like how teaching should be done. My mom's been like reviewing these like books on like algebra 1 stuff for teaching. And she's like going through these problems here, and some of them are like, I don't even remember doing this stuff, and like maybe I did, and I'm just like, this is such like a like pointless thing to try to like teach and stuff like this. Like there's all stuff about inequalities and stuff like that, and like maybe I learned about inequalities and stuff. I don't remember doing it quite the level that was like expressed in the book, because I also remember when I went through math, like you skip like half the book, right? Like you skip like half the problems, so it's that might be part of it. But man, also the inequalities. I'm like, what is the point of any of this stuff? It's like they have all these like different ways of expressing these kind of expressing various kinds of inequalities in like these like in quotes like compact ways. And I'm just like, this is like a very like while this is not incorrect, it's like a really confusing way to express this information that just isn't necessary. Like you don't need to express it in such a way that just makes it hard to read. Like if you want to have like an open or like if you want to have an inequality that expresses like give me all the points between like all the points between like some over some range or outside of a range, like one of those two things. And I'm like, well, you can do this using like the absolute value. And like then like you end up with an inequality that doesn't contain any of the endpoints that you're expressing. And I'm like, that's a neat trick, but that's not like it's not a very useful way to express information. You should just write it as two inequalities, like and either like they intersect or the union of the two inequalities, right? So I'm just like, why is it being expressed this way? It's such like a weird way, and it's like it's like a whole entire chapter, like or like 2 chapters dedicated to this kind of stuff. And I'm just like, this is like such a weight. Like this is not you. Like I've never used this kind of expression in mathematics, like ever. So like this doesn't even come up later in like higher level maths.
I mean, I did all sorts of crazy inequality kind of algebra when I was taking approximation algorithms, you know, in grad school.
Mm-hmm.
And that was always like confusing as heck to me because I was just bad at it because I hadn't had any practice, you know. But
I mean, like I said, my problem with that stuff is that you can always express those inequalities in a like a piecewise form, right? And that's like always my issue with that kind of stuff. When it's just like usually if you express inequality that actually describes like your endpoints of your inequalities, instead of expressing like a midpoint or something, they're usually much easier to read and understand what they're saying. And it's not like the math really is any harder to work with that way. So it's just,
well, I guess it depends sometimes on like whether or not the things that you're like your endpoints or whatever are actual like constants or whether or not they're like already functions of things and maybe it actually simplifies.
yeah, maybe. I don't know. I guess what I mean, it's not entirely useless. It's just, I don't know. I don't think that it's something that we should really spend much time on in school.
I mean,
Like
I don't
maybe
know.
if
It's
it's
kind
really
of
useful
just
at a high level, teach it then.
yeah, I guess.
It's like, all right, we're taking like abstract algebra. First, we're gonna teach you inequalities because you never learned these in grade school.
It kind of sounds to me more like it's just, you know, a matter of like practicing pushing numbers around or whatever, but
Maybe, I don't know. It
I
also
mean, it's
seems like
definitely like good to know, for example, that if you have an inequality and you multiply both sides by a negative number, you have to flip the inequality. Like, you could not know that if you never learned it and like have some horrible mistakes sometime, you know?
yeah, just something you should know. And it's also
Because it's
like
not
not
obvious, you know?
obvious
Yeah.
that like it's not even obvious why you need to do that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like you can subtract a number from both sides and you don't need to flip the inequality. So like why is it that when you multiply by a negative number, it flips the inequality, right? It's like a weird rule. And like what other operations are gonna flip the inequality, right?
Yeah.
Because there's like as you start getting to like higher level math, you start running into more kinds of operations you can do on an equation than just add, subtract, multiply, and divide, right? So like at what point does it just like like what kind of operations affect the inequality in that kind of way? And it's it is confusing.
I don't know what the deal with this Gengar is. So that's where we're at. I have no idea what's going on with the Gengar.
Grabbing Pokemon and throwing them into another dimension. We tried going through Gengar's portal.
I have thought very hard to make my character do it, but they've never agreed.
You don't want to go to like the Shadow Realm?
I would love
the heck
to.
Gengar lives?
I would love to.
I always thought it was so weird how in like Red Rescue, how like your Pokemon like dies and like Gengar's like carrying your Pokemon through the like the netherworld or whatever. Like I don't even understand what's happening in that cutscene.
Mm-hmm.
It's like what kind of role does Gengar play in the Pokemon universe?
It's a ghost.
Yeah.
And also a prankster.
Uh-huh. I didn't know that Ghost took the role of like burying the dead. I thought
Well,
they
I don't
were the
think that's
dead.
the role, but I think it's a power they have. You know?
Wait, he like commented out these variables? Why? I don't. It's like very strange because there's like a variable that's like my process doesn't like. There's a variable that's so this is like a one of the parameters of this of these like objects is the size of the object, and my code actually doesn't care. It just uses the size of the object. But like because the object is packaged in another object that has the size of the object, so like the fact that inner object might not correctly specify its size doesn't matter as long as the outer object does. And but it's like whenever I see that these are wrong, I'm like, well, there's probably an error of some form, right? There's probably something that is like something is not like this, something somewhere is like a misaligned or something. So like it's important that these are correct because otherwise it's like it signals that there's something incorrect with the documentation. And I don't know if something else that's I'm not my code's not the only interfaces with this stuff. So while my code would be like it doesn't care, something else might care, right? So I'm like, why did you comment out these variables that have to exist? Because by commenting out, you just default to 0. So it's like, why would you? 0 is definitely incorrect. I can tell you that. I'm gonna discard those changes, I think. Use this parameter, alright. Also, apparently no one knows how to spell synthetic.
Same. Huh.
I'm so confused. There's no errors. Whatever. Keep those changes. They're probably wrong, but I don't even know. Oh, I think the computer's off anyway, so I can't even remote in. Yeah. Computer's off. Can't connect. Whatever. Yeah, this calculator is special. It's interesting because kind of reminds me. So one of the math YouTubers out there called 3 Blue 1 Brown, he's been kind of pushing for this like alternate form of the quadratic formula.
Okay.
That is basically a lot. The idea is that it's a lot simpler, but requires like more conceptual level, like what it means. So he like kind of shows you like how you like can even derive it. The idea is that like it's not just a formula. It's like here's what it is. It's really short, and it's also like if you also can't remember it, here's how you derive it, kind of thing. If you like want to figure it out again later, kind of thing. And I don't remember exactly what it was, to be honest, but it's basically you calculate two things. So you have your quadratic function or whatever, and you basically have to calculate. You basically can calculate two things. Is you can calculate what the midpoint of the equation is, like what is the min or max of the equation, like what is the x value or root or whatever.
Negative b over 2
which is actually
or whatever it happens to be.
Which is very easy to calculate.
Yeah, something like that.
And the other thing you need to know is something called the product, which is I think like you basically end up with a number. I'm trying to remember exactly what the number was. Like you just like an easy, like you just multiply these two numbers basically. But conceptually the way it works is that you end up with two equations, which is one is that like the two roots you're solving for have to like sum to some number, and like the two roots have to have a product of some number, and like those two numbers are like in the equation are like really easy to see kind of thing.
Mm.
And if you graph it without like numbers, you can also like easily kind of calculate this kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And like with those two system of equations, you can like really easily solve the for the roots. That's the idea. And then you end up getting an equation that looks something like the roots is like plus or minus the square root of the mean minus the product or something like that. I'm trying to remember exactly how it played out. Or it's like I think it's like the mean squared minus the product or something like that. And it's one of those things where it's like the equation's like really short, and but it requires you they aren't just like A and B in the equation. You have to like solve these intermediate variables first.
Mm.
And so you have to like understand like conceptually what those variables mean, not just like where are they on the equation, right? So it's kind of interesting because it kind of shifts the focus towards having like a more of an understanding of like what you're doing and like what is the meaning of this kind of equation, and less of like here's just a solution to it, like just plug in this number into this formula kind of thing. So like less rote memorization and more concepts to learn, which is like I think that his method isn't really honestly that much easier because like I said there's more steps, and once you like plug all the steps into like the final equation, you get the quadratic formula out essentially.
Yeah.
You just like there's less you have to memorize, right? And what's particularly interesting about that approach is that you can also apply that particular method he takes to like a bunch of other kind of similarly related problems once he's done like higher level math that are not quadratic equation necessarily. So like because sometimes finding the mean and product can be way easier in other forms when it's not in the quadratic form. So like he had a video recently that talked about finding the eigenvalues of a 2x2 matrix.
Sure.
And he says like, well, normally the way you would solve this is that you would first, find the characteristic polynomial, and then write that, then like kind of work through the algebra, and then you end up with a quadratic formula, and then you apply the quadratic formula to solve for the roots of the eigenvalues. And it's like it's not super hard, especially for 2x2. When you get a higher order matrices, it becomes really hard because find the determinant.
Yeah, it's a pain in the butt. Determinant.
Yeah, it's determinant is like a pain in the ass to find for anything bigger than a 2x2.
Yeah. Well, and even for 2x2, honestly.
It's just one product minus the other product. That's
too much, dude.
A times D minus B times C or whatever it is.
Yeah, well, good luck remembering which goes with which and which is on the minus and which is on the plus and which is like...
Well, the way I think about it is that like I think about like how there's like the identity matrix and how like it goes from the top left to bottom right. So like in my head like the major diagonal is from top left to bottom right. And so to me, it's like you multiply it by the identity, which is basically what the determinant's doing. You multiply it by the identity, and then you subtract the inverse identity, and that's essentially what the determinant is kind of doing for the 2x2s. And so that's kind of how I think about it. Is like that's why it's always the top left to bottom. You multiply that, and then you subtract the other diagonal. But whatever. Anyways, there's an easier way to consider it. Well, easier in quotes. If you know this mean and product thing, you can find the mean and product really easily because the product is just the determinant of the 2x2 matrix. So you just calculate that, and then the mean is the sum of the diagonal. So you don't need to calculate the deterministic, the characteristic polynomial, or solve the quadratic. Like those two things is sufficient to get the mean and product, and then you can plug into its like simplified quadratic formula. So like in that sense, it ends up being less work actually to solve for the eigenvalues for the 2x2 case, which is interesting. And because the way it works out, it's like it's solving the same kind of problem. You're like trying to solve a quadratic formula, but it's because you can find the mean and product of the roots more easily, like without actually finding the quadratic formula, allows you to like kind of skip that part out of the calculation. So it's neat. I don't think that doesn't work for higher order because you don't end up with quadratics. So that entire methodology like breaks down for like a 3x3. Although I'm trying to remember if I ever had actually. I'm trying to remember actually how many like eigenvalues, eigenvectors I actually had to solve by hand. I like pretty much when I was in school, they were like, here are eigenvalues, eigenvectors. We spent most of the time talking about what they were like theoretically, and then it's like, okay, now here's MATLAB. And it'll calculate these values for you. So I don't think we actually did much of that calculation by hand when I was in class, which I thought was a little surprising. And that was case both when I took linear algebra and also when I took DPQ. It was the same thing. I never had to solve them by hand because we also like never worked with 2x2s typically. It's usually like more complicated than that.
Right.
I think the only time we worked with 2x2s for like solving those kind of things was in DPQ when we were like, well, if you can like know certain information about the eigenvalues, you can know about like where the different like what do they call it? It's been so long since I took DPQ. Like you know where all the sinks and sources are and like what direction they're going and stuff like using the eigenvectors and eigenvalues. And it's like if you just have a 2x2, there's just one and it's really easy to solve for. But like whenever we did it, it was almost always like here's like a 5x5, and then it was like we just plug it into a calculator and that just spat out all the eigenvalues and eigenvectors, and then we would sketch out a graph by hand of like what the arrow graph, I forgot what those things are called. We would sketch those out by hand just based on like where we know the eigenvectors and eigenvalues are. So like that was always like a really That's kind of weird because I remember DiffyQ is just kind of a weird class for me because I remember it being like there's a lot of different ways to solve for differential equations and all of them are like extremely situational.
Yeah, well, just integration in general is kind of the same way, you know. There's so many different techniques and stuff just based on like the form of the equation.
It's sort of true. Although I feel like in integration, there's a handful of rules you need to know, and then you can pretty much solve almost any.
I disagree.
Really?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of crazy techniques that come up that you can use that you probably don't really get taught when you're taking like, you know, calculus 2 or whatever. Like there's all these like weird things where you can like substitute like the same function with like polar coordinates or something like that and use that to take the integral and like all these weird like
I definitely did that when I was in school.
Yeah,
I mean that's part of substitute. There's like I don't even remember. There's substitution, there's like integration by parts, there's like the chain rule, and there's I'm not saying it's a trivial set, but there's like a kind of like a small set. It's like 6 or 7 rules, like the power rule, and knowing some things about like
well, and it also gets more complicated when you have double integrals, because then there's like even more like weird things that you can do with like, you know, shifting and
well,
like
Calc 3 gets
pushing things back and forth and
Yeah, well, because it kind of gets to a point where it's like, okay, well, because I remember like most of Calc 3 for me was like, okay, well, you have a bunch of rules that you learn to solve all these like complex integrals in Calc 2, and
Mm-hmm.
now that you're in Calc 3, we're gonna work with like multiple integrals. But first, before we can even do that, we need to first like prove that those techniques that you were using before like still work for multivariate.
Mm-hmm.
And then like pretty much everything does. It's just like can you swap integrals? And it's like typically yes, kind of thing. Kind of.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like, can you like do this? Like, can you do that? And it's like that kind of felt like most of Calc 3 when I took Calc 3, like most of what covered in the class was just like kind of just trying to show what rules you can and can't do to when you have multivariables in your integrals. But like most of the techniques we had been using in Calc 2 generally applied to Calc 3. Um, Now I'm not a lot of the more complex things were still a pain in the ass, and sometimes it's like
Mm-hmm.
it's really not obvious, particularly when you're using a substitution, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
you're doing a substitution plus integration plus by parts, and you're just trying to like okay, like even recognizing what you can substitute to even make your equation simpler. And like whenever you like bring in like integration by parts, it's like, well, integration by parts is nice in theory, but typically what ends up happening is that like you have to reapply integration by parts like 5 times, and then eventually, and it's never getting simpler. Eventually, you end up with an equation that is like the same as the previous equation, and then you can like substitute the integral with another integral kind of thing. And then it's like, and you can solve the substitution, and then like suddenly you can like solve the problem, and then it ends up being this horrible mess because like it's not obvious that you should even be going down that road because it doesn't seem to be going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of like calc felt a little bit of like it's a combination of trial and error and also a bit of like it's like, well, I don't even know like how to like begin to like approach this problem. Like I have all the tools I need, I just don't like really understand how to use those tools. And I think that's like a big part of like kind of just learning calculus. And like I think it's a big reason why calculus is like considered difficult. Is I don't think the rules and the tools are that necessarily difficult, especially Calc 1 stuff. Calc 1 stuff is quite simple. But when you get to Calc 2 and onwards, it's like suddenly becomes it's like, well, I have these tools, but I have no idea like how I can apply this in a way that actually solves this problem. And then you like see the solution, you're like, well, I mean that definitely works, and I like understand how it works, but like I don't know how you came up with that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so that's at least how calc felt for me. But diffie-q is different because diffie-q there's no like here's like a set of like 5 or 6 techniques that you can kind of like combine in a way that will like solve pretty much any integral that you get thrown at you or any differential equation, because most differential equations aren't solvable, and so
Right.
it's just like unlike integrals, which generally are. So it's like here's like a technique that can solve some integrals or some differential equations, and here's like some techniques that can solve some differential equations and stuff like that. And it's like it's
Yeah.
not just how do I combine the techniques. It's like, well, I have certain techniques I know can solve certain kinds of differential equations. Can I make this differential equation look like one of those kinds of differential equations that I know I can apply this technique to, kind of thing. There's less of this kind of like you iterate over and over and kind of keep changing the equation until eventually it like becomes simpler, like you do with integrals, where it's like kind of like this process where you kind of like keep like working on the same equation.
I don't know if you ever did too much with finding closed forms for recursive formulas.
In what
Like,
differentials?
no, like combinatorics.
Very little. This came up. This came up yesterday. Very
I mean,
little.
we did it in computer science even, but
Yeah, I
took
said the place I remember learning about was in discrete math.
yeah, exactly. But when I took combinatorics, we went like real deep into that, and it kind of reminds me of the same kind of thing. Because like you look at the thing, and there's like there isn't always a closed form, right? It may
Right.
not be whatever.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of parallels between
And
like those kind of recursive functions
mm-hmm,
and differential equations.
for sure. But it's like also like integrals where you oftentimes had to do all sorts of like mixing and matching and multi-step, like
Hmm.
it's like just a mess.
Yeah, so I feel like for me, and when I remember studying that stuff in computer science, the way that you typically solve that kind of stuff was like you essentially try to get the formula in a way where you can like have the same formula show up twice, and you can like cancel like the variable out kind
It's
of
a
thing.
way to do it, yeah.
I think that's like the only technique I really remember. I mean, there might have been some other, because like there's certain techniques that we cover, and this is more pre-calc, like solving series, which is a kind of similar problem.
Mm-hmm.
But solving series is typically a lot easier, and there's more techniques, right? Because each what do they call, like each component or whatever is not really that dependent on the previous components.
Mm-hmm.
Because like it's kind of basically already closed form, so it's like a lot easier to kind of apply things like telescoping and stuff like that, which is typically how you solve that stuff.
Yeah.
The telescoping always is one of those things that like I never really properly appreciated in college, because when I watched like YouTube maths like in the last few years, I was a little more like, oh yeah, I guess this is like a thing that you need to be more careful of. Like in order, like you can apply telescoping. There's a lot of things you can apply to a lot of series that will let you get results that make no sense. And basically, a lot of those techniques only work if certain conditions are met.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the most important conditions to kind of solve for the value of a convergent series is that it converges. And you need it before you even if you get an answer with some like technique, you also still need to prove that
Yeah.
it converges. And I found it really interesting that it's like you can solve an equation and like have a tangible answer, right? Like I solved the equation and I got this answer, and here's all the math that like proves the techniques, and they all are like sound, right? There's things like really that weird going on. And it's like, but that answer is not sufficient to prove that that is the answer, right? You also
Mm-hmm.
need to prove that an answer exists. Even though you have an answer, that's like not enough to prove that your answer is real. That
Well,
like,
I mean, it's funny because it's like not much different than like, you know, when you solve some quadratic equation and get two answers, but actually only one of them is like valid for the thing that you're solving for, you know? It's
yeah,
kind of a similar situation, except instead of going from 2 to 1, you're going from 1 to 0, you know?
I guess. I mean, that's like kind of sort of true. I mean, like you can solve a quadratic. Yeah, it's like you solve a quadratic and you get two answers, and it's like, yeah, yeah. Because like one, like typically one would be like negative or something like
Mm-hmm.
that, and that doesn't work in the equation or for some reason. Because like what you didn't consider is that like the quadratic you're solving wasn't actually the thing that represents this equation. It's like only half of the
Half of
quadratic
it or whatever,
represents
yeah.
it. Yeah.
There's
And
just no good way to do it otherwise.
mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really just interesting because like a lot of times like in proofs, right? A lot of times like you could disprove something by just the disprove like a statement is true. A lot of times you can or prove it. Like a lot of times you can either have some sort of like theoretical like side path that's like, well, I can't tell you what the answer to this problem is, but I can prove to you that an answer does or doesn't exist,
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing. Because like by contradiction, if it did or didn't exist, then this like thing would make no sense. So therefore, it must exist or not exist. But like you can also usually just prove it by just giving the answer, right?
Mhm.
It's like you don't need to do that kind of stuff. I can just tell you that 1 + 1 = 2. Here's a number that satisfies that, right? And it's just interesting how there are some problems where presenting an answer to a problem is not sufficient to prove that that answer exists.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure how you even like categorize or qualify like what kinds of problems require that extra like proof of existence beyond just the answer itself. I got pinged.
Oof.
Um. Yeah, I mean, it just kind of reminds me how like there's, I mean, the kind of like related problem is solving. I mean, the whole the zeta function, right? And like solving for values for equations that diverge,
Mhm.
and it's like, yeah, the zeta function typically doesn't give you a value, but you can like use continuation to like get an answer, and it's like you can say like that this function isn't defined here, but if we were to define a value, this is like the most reasonable value that it would have, kind of thing. Kind of like how if you had a like, you know, you have the square root of x or whatever, and like it's only defined when it's positive,
Mhm.
but like you could in theory kind of continue the graph, and then so like well, it's not defined here, but if you were to just kind of continue the graph, this is what it would look like this is the most reasonable shape it would have, kind of thing.
Mhm.
And that's kind of like what they did with the zeta function. And it's like it's just interesting because that stuff kind of ended up giving the same result as some other findings in some famous divergence series end up being the same, giving the same value. And then it's like, oh, it's like a whole thing. And like, is this meaningful? Does this mean that this number that we solved for a divergent set that we said it converges to some number that diverges from or whatever? And it's like, is this a more like meaningful answer because the zeta function also kind of gives the same thing? And it's like, I don't know. That stuff always kind of like bothered me in math because you're still like giving an answer to a problem that doesn't have an answer, right?
Mhm.
And there's like a bunch of math that like kind of depends on that stuff, and I'm just like, it's like it's all math outside of what I've done, so I've also been kind of like hesitant to like kind of, I mean, I can't say it's fake math because math is whatever rules you want to play with, but like
Axiom of choice, man. Is it real?
I still don't understand enough like what the axiom of choice or the axiom of determinism. I still don't know what they mean, to be completely honest, to like really like understand what they're even trying to say. Like
I
I kind
don't.
of like,
Yeah.
yeah, like I understand like the whole like problem, like is it real, is it provable, is it unprovable, is it true or false kind of stuff. And you know the whole like how it has like contradictions, whether it's allowed or not allowed, and so on and so forth. But like I don't even know what they mean, like what they're saying. Like what is even the consequence of the axiom of choice?
It's been too long.
Yeah, I don't know. And I don't really
But I
know
mean,
enough.
it's an axiom. That's the point. You either accept it or you don't, and you don't
Right.
prove it, right? Like, you, yeah.
Well, sort of. I mean, part of it's supposed to be that
Well,
what that's true, but it's also that like, well, you don't want to accept an axiom that like violates like the other accepted axioms that you already have. So like if introducing this axiom creates like a paradox or a
Well,
contradiction,
sure. Yeah.
then you like can't accept that axiom.
Of course. Well, you can. You just would have, you
You
know,
would have it
an
inconsistent language.
empty or whatever. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and that's part of the
Either
whole point
everything is
of
true, right? Is basically what you'd end up with.
yeah. You end up with you end up. I mean, like I said, you very quickly run into the whole problem of what's it called? Uh, the Gödel's incompleteness theorem,
Mm-hmm.
right? Where it's like you either have a system axioms that lead to contradictions and you just accept those contradictions, or you have axioms that just you just are always are missing something, right? There's like just things that you can't prove and you're just always missing an axiom. I think people generally prefer the latter situation than the
Yeah.
former, and so they just say that like there's just certain things that you just can't accept as an axiom because they lead to a paradox, but the opposite also leads to a paradox. So there just is no axiom for that. Um, which is I think kind of like somewhat the half proof for that particular problem, even though it's still kind of like an open problem. I just I don't think it's been done like rigorously enough to actually kind of like say make that kind of claim, right, in like a rigorous way. I also don't know if that answer would be satisfying enough for people to to win $1 million. Um, but
Sure.
yeah, there's a I don't know. I haven't heard like I don't really understand the problem enough, and like most arguments I've heard that are like a problem of axiom of choice to me aren't really a problem. So it's a little like
Mm-hmm.
because like the most famous example I've heard is the Badok-Tarski paradox. I don't know if you're familiar with this one.
Probably, but
Uh, it's also called the sphere doubling paradox.
yeah.
Yeah, and like to me, I actually don't have any problems. I don't consider it a contradiction. It's like it's more of a what they call like a logical paradox than an actual paradox. Meaning that it's confusing about why it is the case, and it's like obvious like that it would have
Mm-hmm.
that behavior, but there isn't any actual problem of that behavior, and that's like how I view that problem. And so like to me, like I don't have like a problem with axiom choice, and like it like not really understanding the problem like of like axiom choice very well. It's like if that is like one of the best examples against axiom choice, then it's like, well, to me it kind of feels like a that axiom choice has kind of got some like winning favor right now, right? But I don't really know those problems well enough. Like, and I don't really know what the axiom choice really even is, what it even means, right?
Mm-hmm.
And every time I tried to look it up, I like just got confused. Like, let me look up axiom of choice. Surprisingly, there aren't really a lot of like YouTube videos on this stuff.
Alright, well, dinner's here, so I'm gonna do that. Good
Alright,
luck.
thanks.
Hey.
Uh,
Oh, I don't even know what I'm doing here anymore.
Discord's changing their logo? Why? All of them look better. This one looks like crap.
Classic. Pretty sure I saw someone on Twitter earlier complaining about, just in general, um, the apparent need for like companies to constantly change their like
Rebrand.
brand and stuff. Yeah, which
Yeah,
may have been in reference to that, but
might be. When
yeah,
was this? This was the 13th, which is today.
today. Yeah.
Well, this is the tweet. It might have happened earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they like just change it to like a. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of like its own unique font, but it's like before Discord was like all uppercase, and it had like a. It was basically an all uppercase font, and then their D's were like had like a special style.
Mm.
As like this, it has like broken D looks. Like the bottom left corner is broken.
Mm.
If you have Discord open, you can like look and you know what I'm talking about. The top left corner has the logo.
Does it? Oh. Oh, I thought you were talking about like the little robot head that spins around when you're loading the
Oh, that
program.
too. Yeah, both of them.
Oh.
But I think that I don't think they're changing the little robot head, but they're changing the typeface of Discord.
Oh,
What I
well,
mean.
whatever. I don't care. I never look at that
That's part of
anyway.
the logo. No, I don't really care either. It's just like, but it is like why? Because they changed it so now it's like upper and lowercase, and like the letters are different heights for some reason. So it just like looks really weird.
It looks
And
really
there's nothing.
discorded. Yeah, got it.
Yeah, and there's none of the letters have that same kind of like brand. Like their new font has like no branding, and a lot. I think a lot of brand changing. I think that's the reason why they're changing it, because a bunch of brands recently changed their logo to just be like text is their logo with nothing like kind of special about it. I don't know. This is weird.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I read up on Axiom Choice.
Nice. Did you
I don't
learn
know if you're
anything?
interested.
Sure.
I'm not sure. So the Axiom Choice is makes like a really
Odd claim.
seemingly
Yeah.
simple like statement. It basically says that if you have any set or any set of non-empty sets,
Uh-huh.
that there exists a set that contains one element from each of those sets.
Sure.
That's what the Axiom Choice states.
That includes infinitely sized sets, though, right?
Yes.
Yes.
It includes infinitely sized sets and infinitely many sets of
Yeah.
any cardinality.
Yes. And that's
Yeah.
where it, is less obvious that it's,
Well,
because if
seems
it
like a
was not infinite, you could literally just construct one, right? Like, that wouldn't even be an axiom anymore.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
the real issue is that, I mean, the thing is, even if they contain constructible, the real problem that really comes into play is that, I mean, they all contain an element. So how can you possibly not have a set that doesn't contain an element from that? And the reason is because, well, in order to construct this set that contains an element from every one of these other sets, you need something called a choice function, which selects an element from the set. And so the axiom of choice is basically stating that
Such a function exists.
well, that's the problem. It doesn't state that. It states
yeah.
that if such a function exists, then this choice set or whatever can be constructed, right?
Of course. Yeah.
The problem is that there are sets where a choice function either doesn't exist or is not obvious how it could exist.
Mm-hmm.
And in those cases, you can't construct this new set. But axiom of choice states that such a set should still be able to exist. And so that's kind of like where the controversy is over. And for any, if you have any set of constructible numbers, so of any set of constructible sets, it's quite easy to be able to make another constructed set out of those. And because one of the main consequences of the axiom of choice is that, well, if you have a way to choose an element from these sets, like you're able to like pick one out, then that means you have a way to order the set. And that's kind of like where that's really where the axiom of choice becomes very, very more questionable, because you're basically saying that you're kind of making claims about sets that can't be ordered and saying that they're ordered. And so when you're working with like the real numbers, which contain unconstructible numbers, then it's like that means that the real numbers aren't constructible, and you can't you can't say that the real numbers can be ordered. But the axiom of choice like would say that it is ordered. If that makes sense. So that's like kind of like really weird, like kind of the iffiness. But according to Wikipedia, they have a few sources that say these days most mathematicians accept the axiom of choice. Actually, it's generally considered okay, but there are certain parts of mathematics where people basically avoid it, particularly in set theory.
Of course, yeah.
But I was also like, isn't that the place where it's most relevant?
Well, sure, but you have proofs that either use it or don't use it, and if you didn't use it, then that's great, because now you don't like rely on whether or not you accept it, right?
Right, of course.
Yeah. And so
Yeah,
if
like,
you
if you
can
could,
prove something without using it, even if there's like an easier proof that uses it, I guess, and you know, maybe
but that's
it's
true for any axiom, right? You want to have like the proof as a small set of axioms as possible. But yeah, but what it's claiming is one of those things. Like at the core, it's claiming something that is like, how could this possibly not be true, right? How can you possibly have a set? Like, how could it be possible for there not to be a set that contains one element from every set, right? And to be honest, I think part of the kind of the awkwardness is that you could have you could have a unconstructible set that satisfies that property. And the wiki myself didn't really seem to talk about that very much. And it's also very confusing. The whole concept of unconstructible things is very confusing, to be honestly. Like, what does it even mean for something to be unconstructible? I'm trying to remember what unconstructible numbers even means. It's been like a while since I've like messed with that kind of number theory.
Same.
Because like there's like is computational the same thing as constructible or computable or whatever?
I don't remember.
Wait, I thought constructible numbers. Wait, were constructible numbers actually a really small set? Maybe that makes sense. I thought constructible numbers were numbers that you could create using Archimedean math.
I mean,
meaning like
that
geometry.
would be a thing. Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
if that's what you call them, but
I'm pretty sure it is. I think that's constructible numbers, but that might not be what they're referring to here. Because computational numbers are just the set of numbers in which there exists an algorithm that could produce them. So the algorithm doesn't need to finish, right? It just needs but the algorithm needs to exist. And the proof that there exist non-computable numbers is that the number of algorithms is countably infinite. And there are uncountably infinite real numbers. Therefore, most of the reals are not computable. But I don't know if that makes sense. Like, are there really only countably infinite algorithms? Does that make sense?
Well, depends, I guess. Do you have to be able to write the algorithm down?
Like, does it have to be finite, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
I kind of think it
you
does,
think it
doesn't it?
does?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if an algorithm has to be finite in size, then yeah, I guess it probably would be, right?
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be very hard to express any algorithm as a number, which
Right.
makes it have a clear mapping to the naturals.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, that's probably what it is, and so therefore, you know, it has to. The problem is that like, but that also implies that I think my issue with that argument is that, but maybe this doesn't work. Is that implies that an algorithm can only produce one number.
Hmm?
That it implies that an algorithm can only produce a finite number of numbers. And I don't know if that's
Well, why? I mean, it depends on what the inputs are, I guess.
well. I assume the inputs are like kind of part of the algorithm, or like would they? Well, I guess not necessarily. That's kind of the problem, right? Because you can have a because if the algorithm includes the input, then input's literally infinite, right?
Right.
So it can't include the input itself. And so that's kind of like the problem I have, I guess, with that is that like I feel like these algorithms can't have any inputs for it to make any sense. Because otherwise you can say take any number and then like write it in like, you know, any number base, and then for every base for every digit just add one and return, right? And then you can take any unconstructible number and return a constructible number. Right? Or you can add 0 and just return the same unconstructible number, right? So it that would imply that any unconstructible number would just be constructed as an input to an algorithm. So I think that you probably can't.
Well, maybe you can only use as input other constructible numbers, then. Which I guess is still kind of is the same idea then, right?
Yeah, I mean, because you still have like an infinite. Like I
Yeah.
feel like you're getting an infinite size algorithm. Like you probably can only include finite numbers, like numbers that can be expressed in a finite way.
Well, all numbers can be, well, all countable
Well,
numbers, all integers.
there's plenty of non-integers that can be expressed in a finite way.
Sure.
And I think, but the thing is, I think we're getting the problem is it's so like circular because
Yeah.
you can describe a finite number. A number can be described in a finite way using an algorithm, right?
Right. Well, that's the the classic though. What is the, you know, smallest number that cannot be described using X number of like letters or whatever? The you know that? You have any idea what I'm talking about?
No.
I okay, there's a thing, you just give a description and the description is the smallest number that cannot be described using X number of letters, where X is the length of that sentence you just said.
I see.
Obviously you'd have to count it out, but
Which is a paradox, right?
right, yeah, exactly. But it's not really an algorithm so much as like an English description, right? And that's why it kind of circumvents.
Yeah, usually when they refer to an algorithm, they have like a specific set of things you're allowed to
Yes.
do.
Yeah. Exactly. But
Yeah, because you're almost talking about describable numbers,
Yeah, yeah.
which which is where the paradox kind of shows up.
Right.
So like you have these numbers that are describable but not computable. And it's like I try to remember there's some video I saw a long time ago that like they describe it's like another proof. It's like a proof of a uncomputable number that exists. But like so they know this uncomputable number exists, but they obviously can't compute its value.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the whole point. And like it's like the only uncomputable number that they found, and it's like a extremely like it's like a very like poorly advanced like example or something. So I'm like I don't know. So maybe it doesn't really play into the whole unconstructible set stuff. I'm like kind of confused what unconstructible set even is.
I probably used to know, but I don't know if we... I can't remember if we had a book for that course, because that was, like, actually one of the few, like, truly real, like, 500 level math classes I took was like, advanced just logic, which obviously includes, like, pretty deep set theory. And, like, I've forgotten a lot of it, even though, like, it was hard, and I definitely, like, learned a lot from that course, but then I also forgot a lot from that course. It's, like, kind of sad days. But we definitely did a lot with, like, you know, kind of number sequences that are created with, like, logical rules and stuff like that. I remember, God, what is it called? The Ackermann function? Reverse Ackermann function? You know the one I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
It's I think it's the one that is generally cited as the like runtime for hash function table, hash table, whatever. It's like not technically constant time, but it's basically good enough.
Hmm.
It grows really, really, really slow is the point. But we had to do some like crazy proofs about like actually proving the order of growth of that thing. That was like one of the wildest proofs I've ever done in my life.
Okay. So I'm like looking it up. There's the thing I mentioned about the countable number of algorithms is like the thing. There are some examples of uncomputable numbers though.
Cool.
Let's see. Titan's number. Suppose we run a universal Turing machine on a random binary program. Specifically, whenever the next bit of the program is required, we flip a coin to determine the binary output of the machine. What's the probability this machine will halt? So, what is the number that's the probability that a program halts? I'm like a little confused.
Yeah, I don't know, that sounds intense.
I guess that when they talk about inputs to these programs, since they're always everything is lambda calculus and in the context of a Turing machine.
It's just always other programs.
Well, no, an input to a Turing machine is always like one like bit at a time, or whatever,
Sure.
or one word or
One
whatever the size.
alphabet letter, yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter if like the complete size of the input is like uncountably long or whatever,
Hmm.
which makes no sense. You're feeding it one at a time, so it has to be countable.
Yeah.
I'm still a little confused at exactly what this is saying, but I think it's saying like each bit is like if you have like an infinite, if you have like just a set of programs, and it's like each bit is like randomly either like whether or not that program will complete with some like given random input or whatever. And since like so there's a lot of randomness going on with this answer, which is a little weird, but since you know the problem's undecidable, it means that the problem can't be calculated.
Hmm.
But I'm not exactly sure if that even proves this number exists, to be honest. I don't know.
No idea.
Yeah, my problem with that is that I don't know if you can like say that this is a number. Like it has digits, and you can say like, well, in theory, this thing could like spit out a number, and then like it would like at the end it would have like an infinite sequence of digits or whatever. So therefore, it is a number. But like the problem is that if it could spit a sequence of digits, then it would be a computable number. So like if you can't construct it this way, can you even call this thing a number? Like I don't know. It seems weird. Also, you're like bringing in random into this, so there's a little like.
Why is that okay?
Yeah, why is that even allowed? Like I can have like what if I just had an algorithm that just had a like non-deterministic in every single digit, right? Like in theory, if you had an algorithm that had could non-deterministically like just produce numbers, then it's not a Turing machine anymore, right?
Right.
And you could produce literally any number, in theory. Okay, example 2. BBN. What is the largest finite number of ones that can be produced on blank tape using a Turing machine with n state? Well, this is like the largest.
It really
finite number of ones.
requires knowing like a bit more about exactly how Turing machines work, but
How they work.
no, I'm just saying
mean-
like knowing the details of the Turing machine a little bit more seems kind of like required to.
I mean, I guess. I mean, they're pretty simple.
Yeah, I guess, but
The busy beaver problem.
oh, I've heard about that one.
The game, the problem is often stated as finding a terminating program of a given size that produces the most output possible. So I guess it's going to be very similar to the halting problem. The problem has a natural expression in mathematics called the BB of n,
Yeah.
where n represents the number of states. So let BB of n represent the largest finite number of ones that can be written on a blank tape by machines of that size. So BB of 1 is 1, BB of 2 is 4, BB of 3 is 6. Well, I don't understand. how is that the most number it can write? I'll just have to take your word for it, I guess. I mean, that seems like some combinatorics numbers, but I don't really understand like why that's. Maybe it's like that's like the most number of edges or something. I'm not. I don't really completely understand. Proving that BB of 4 equals 13 was someone's PhD thesis. BB of 5 is not known.
It's too
But
big.
it's more than 4,098. BB of 6 is at least 3.5 times 10 to the 118,267. Something ridiculous.
Yeah, I just remember that that's a function that grows like stupidly fast. And that its inverse grows stupidly slow, like even slower than the thing I was just talking about a couple minutes ago.
But as an example of an uncomputable function, there's no Turing machine that computes the BB function. But it's a function, not a number.
Thanks, math. Thanks, Wikipedia.
I'm not Wikipedia, this is some article.
Oh. Thanks, some article. You're really doing your job now.
Well, I guess the idea is like BB of some n. Like the results of BB of n is not computable, maybe. Start by assuming the busy beaver function is computable, and there exists a Turing machine which with beta states that takes n input, number of ones that before it halts. Let clean denote the Turing machine's cleaning sequence of ones written in the tape. It's a lot of definitions.
Sounds normal.
I don't understand this. I also don't understand like what a busy beaver is even saying. Because I thought Turing machines can have like any input. So how could like a machine like why is it like whether or not it halts is dependent just on the input. So shouldn't just like the answer for just any input, like for any size input program, like isn't always just going to be like some arbitrarily infinitely large number? I don't understand. This doesn't make any sense to me.
Hmm.
It's like finding a Turing program that given size produces the most output possible. But yeah, I feel like they must have like. Do they have like another definition of a Turing machine that I'm like not understanding?
That's what I was saying, dude. The devil's in the details of the description of this thing.
Yeah, I guess the definition of a Turing machine that I learned just like doesn't make sense with this. So I'm like really confused. Because the way it was just it's a finite state machine, right?
Uh-huh.
And you feed that, you start at some start state. You just have one, and like there's like basically what state you currently are in is like the memory of the program. And then every state has a list of edges that are kind of like you will transition from one state over to that edge based on the next input. And so then you'll have a stream of input, and that you'll take each input and then change state, and then that probably produces some output, or maybe it doesn't. And then you do another input, and you just keep repeating it until eventually you run out of input, or you hit some terminator state that just says halt the program or whatever. So I'm like, I don't really understand what the problem, like with that in mind, you just have that infinite input, and I'll just produce an infinite output. So I don't understand like what is even being asked, and because of this proof makes no sense. But the proof looks something along the lines of, it seems something along the lines of you end up trying to calculate BB of itself or something, which is like where it becomes uncomputable. Just kind of how I expected that to go.
Mm-hmm.
But I also don't know why the BB program itself isn't just one state. And therefore, BB of 1 should just be, even that should be uncomputable. So, and if it's supposed to be that if BB of some arbitrary n is uncomputable, then how are the first few numbers of output already known and computable? So that's why I'm like, don't understand. It also seems like this isn't like a concrete proof. This is like dependent on certain other kind of unproved things. This is like kind of a weird problem because this one's also like not necessarily proven to be non-computable. It's just like a proposed number, and it's just like, it seemed like a kind of thing where it's like, yes, some numbers are shown to be uncomputable, but the proof is saying that most of them aren't computable. Like at what point it is not known kind of thing. And it's like, well, part of the problem is that like, since it grows so fast, it's like not really realistic to actually be able to figure out like what that number even is, if such a number exists kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like kind of like a weird, I don't know. Example C, Penrose tiling. Because such patterns are non-periodic, they lack translation symmetry. Okay, and question of whether or not the tiles will cover the plane was conjectured, and it was shown to be uncomputable. It's not a number, that's a proof. Proof relies on whether using tiles to simulate the Turing machine, configuring the tiles in such a way that they cover the complete plane only if the Turing machine runs forever, starting from the blank tape. And this somehow gets connected back to the halting problem, and so therefore the tiling problem is also undecidable, which makes it also uncomputable, which I don't understand because it's not a number. So what do you mean? Both these examples are algorithms, and you're trying to, what does that have to do with it being computable or not? I mean, saying that the algorithm doesn't exist isn't the same thing as saying that the number is uncomputable. So I'm really very confused. Yeah, I don't know. I think we've gone a little too far down this rabbit hole. I was hoping to get a little more closure on that. But it turns out I did not. I don't know. I still don't completely understand what unconstructible sets are. Like, how can you not just have, like, if I just say the real numbers, like, why can my choice function not just be, like, take the absolute value, and then if they're, like, the same number, then take the one that was positive, or something like that, right? How is that not a...
Well, take the absolute value of what?
of the number?
What number? You're picking from the real numbers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, but I just need to choose a first number, right?
Okay.
So if you take a set,
Yeah.
let's say it is the set of real numbers, right?
Yeah.
If you take the absolute value of all those numbers,
Uh-huh.
and then you take the number that is closest to 0,
0?
yeah, and that's your answer. You just choose
Okay.
0.
So what about the set of real numbers without 0?
Then you take the smallest number.
There is no smallest number. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm. Then you can say which is the number that is closest to, well, I mean, if you take the set of real numbers that don't include any, like, computable numbers or whatever.
Wait, this looks like a hecking path if I've ever seen one. Hold the gosh darn phone. There's no way that's right though.
Well, I guess let me ask: can every real number be expressed as like as a binary expansion, or a digit expansion of some form? Like, is that like a thing that is like known to real numbers, or are there real numbers that can't be expressed that way? Or maybe in a more general way, is there?
You should be able to, but it might obviously be infinite, and it might obviously be
But that's
non-repeating
fine.
or whatever.
That's also fine, right? Because
Yeah.
then you can, in theory, you can choose a function that, like, for each digit, you can sort them by like their digits, and so you try to like take the minimum that way. And like this is clear that since they're infinite, right? Like it could be like an infinite process and it'll never end or whatever.
Hmm.
But I don't know if that's a problem.
I'm pretty sure that's a problem, but
Is it?
the process is infinite? Well, does it have a result if it's infinite?
I mean, the numbers have to differ eventually, right? So it's not infinite. It has to end.
They don't have to differ eventually.
Well, if they don't differ eventually, then it's the same number.
Well, they differ after, eventually.
I don't know if that makes sense. Like I kind of semi understand what you're trying to say, but I also don't know if that makes any sense. Like, what does it mean? Like, how can you say that the numbers don't differ eventually?
Well, I mean, if you, at the very least, you can say that, like, any given, like, decimal place or whatever, if you have two numbers that, like, differ in those places, you can also find two numbers that are the same in those two places, right? And you can do that forever, even though they differ eventually.
But that, I don't know if that matters.
So you can always find some numbers that don't differ until a certain point. So you can always find numbers that don't differ yet. Like, always. You know?
Hmm.
Like, they will differ, but just never, you know? Dude, Infinity sucks.
Is there also just like as a reason for accident choice? Is there a reason why we can't select a number without like using the properties of the numbers themselves?
I don't see why not.
Yeah, roll a die then.
Yeah, well, what the heck does your die look like? I mean, I guess that's kind of the whole.
Why does that matter? I'm just saying, like, if you have like an undeterministic process to choose one.
Well,
right?
Unfortunately, the probability of getting any individual number is 0, right? So.
But that doesn't matter, right?
Well, does it? I don't know.
The point is that you're going to get a number. It's not that any particular this wouldn't prove any kind of ordering, right? Because it's not deterministic. Everything run is different, so you couldn't like produce any kind of ordering of the numbers. But like, I don't know. I don't see how that like. I mean, I assume that just isn't allowed.
Well, I don't even. I just don't even know if you actually can select a random real number. I don't know if it's possible.
Wait, so there's no such thing as a non-deterministic process. There's things as undecidable processes. Like, you can have things that never end. You can't have a thing that can't be determined.
I mean, there's definitely things that can't be determined.
I mean, I think in some ways that's kind of what the core axiom of choice is trying to say.
Maybe
it is that. I mean, and that's why it's called the axiom of determinability, or like the opposite, right? Which is supposed to be the whole idea that like it is possible to create a choice function that's non-deterministic, and that will like allow you to choose numbers from a set even if they are non-orderable.
Right.
And so maybe that's like kind of like what the core of what the axiom of choice is saying, is that you're accepting that there are non-deterministic processes, essentially. Which is a lot more than what it says kind of on its core, so I don't know. But like, you think if that was really what it's saying, it would kind of say that a little more explicitly. But I guess part of the point is that it's saying something that sounds so simple and obvious that it's like...
Right. Dude, not throw these things up the hillside here. Like, epically failing.
This thing I've also kind of related because these kind of come up, sort of programming related, not math. So we have this class implemented a long time ago that I kind of implemented somewhat naively. That's called a merging interval class. It's not exactly a very new concept or whatever. That's not really a structure I covered in school, so I kind of had to like invent it on my own. And I probably invented it quite poorly. And the way I've like basically implemented it is that it's a linked list, and it's like an interval class, and so you can say whether or not a number exists in the interval or not by running over the interval over all the links and seeing if it's like each link has like a beginning end range. So it's like a list of intervals, and it's over an orderable set. It's like an orderable field specifically, right? And so the idea is that it's merging. So as an optimization is that if you have two intervals that are like adjacent to each other, they can be like combined into a single interval. So like reduce the number of calculations you need to do to actually like, because you could describe it in like, you're trying to describe this like set of intervals in like the smallest way possible. Because that's essentially what the problem you're trying to solve here is. Because you want to be able to have any arbitrary intervals over a finite range. Because it's finite, so that does help a little bit, but I don't know if that really matters or not. But it's a finite range, but it's a large range, and you have a, it's like an integer. Like I think it's actually only 3 bytes. It's like a 3-byte word.
Sure.
But it can be any arbitrary interval of like included and excluded. And you would like to be able to like easily tell like whether or not any given random number is included in the interval, and you can also modify the interval by like adding or removing elements from that set, and or maybe even do some operations like intersect sets, union sets, and so on and so forth, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Those ones are a little less important to have be fast, but or would be good to have fast as well. But yeah, the linked list approach, the problem was that if you have a lot of like really tiny intervals, then it can take really long to, and like you're trying to search for something that's like at the end of the list. And it's really slow, right?
Yeah.
As you would expect. So the question is that like, well, what kind of data structure would allow me to solve this problem in a more optimal way, right?
Right.
And the answer is I don't know still.
I mean, I don't know what's wrong with an array.
You mean an array for like every single number?
No, just like an array of pairs or whatever, beginning end. And then keep them sorted, I guess, by either the beginning or the end, and then just binary search.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the same thing as, it's essentially the same thing as what I was going to say, which was have a tree, right, of some form.
Sure.
Which, yeah, could be implemented as an array. Which was, like, one thing I was thinking of changing it to do. It's like, well, why don't you have it as a tree instead, and then it'll be, like, log n. It's still dependent on the number of, like, intervals, but now it's log n.
Yeah,
right,
which means it's not that big of a deal. Yeah.
Not that big of a deal. So that is definitely one of the things that I had been considering. But before I actually went down that road, I was like, is this the best way, right? And there's also, as an array, there's certain issues like, well, if you want to say merge or split two intervals, then you kind of have this problem of like, well, now you need to shift the whole array down. If you kept it in a tree form, then you have to like potentially rebalance the array, rebalance the tree. Kind of the same problem.
Yeah.
So an array actually is a little nicer because you can just shift, like just copy,
swap
the
or
memory
whatever.
over. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't swap. You just copy memory of the whole address. But if the whole table's big, you're
Sure.
basically recopying the whole array, right? Which can be an expensive operation or whatever. But it's also C sharp, so those kinds of operations are a little more weird. But you can still do that stuff. So I couldn't implement things that way. Very confusingly, which is still one of the things I hate about C sharp, is that there's a list object, which is like kind of like the primitive. I don't know, it's primitive. That's like one of the really common things. But they're list objects. It's not a list. It's basically an array. They also have arrays, and it like confuses the hell out of me that it has both of them. And I keep thinking that the lists are lists, but the lists aren't lists. And I'm like, why are these
What
called
are the
lists?
lists?
I think they're more like a vector. If I'm like knowing my number names right, they're basically an array, but they're like auto expanding
How is that not a list?
because they're not a linked list or whatever.
List is different than linked list.
I
List
guess.
for if you're just saying list, the implementation doesn't matter.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like in most other languages, when you refer to something as a list, they mean a linked list. So, like for example, in Java, a list is a linked list.
No, I don't trust Java for any naming conventions, but sure.
Fair enough, I guess. I guess when I went through school, they said that like typically the default implementation of a list is a linked list.
I don't know if
You're
I
right, it
believe
doesn't have
that.
to
I
be.
mean, linked list is like kind of typically just not used at all.
I mean, it's really easy to implement.
Yeah, I guess it's also really inefficient, just in general, because you're following so many. The memory's all over the place, and yeah.
Some operations can be fast, but yes, generally speaking, for most things you would ever do.
Well, and I'm not even talking about like Big O or whatever. I just literally mean like on the CPU, like it's gonna be slower
Right.
than.
No, I know what you mean. But I mean like certain operations can be really fast. Like for example, insertion and deletion are really fast.
Yeah.
In
For sure.
And so if you're working with like a really volatile set of memory, like it might make sense to do that. But part of the problem of like inserting and deleting stuff
You
is
still
that
have
that
to
also
find the
only
place to put it. You still have to get there.
Yeah, like that only makes sense if you already have the reference of the thing you're inserting and deleting. Which you might, right?
You
Like,
might,
you might
yeah,
have a
for
thing,
sure.
and then you're like trying to delete the thing that you're currently holding, or add a thing right after the thing you're holding, or something. Like then it makes sense.
I mean, but you still had to get there originally somehow. But yeah,
you still had to get there originally. But if you're doing like a lot of insertions or a lot of deletions, then it kind of makes sense. But like, like for example, if you're doing say like a stack or queue, for instance, those kind of implementations kind of make sense because you're typically not searching through the list. You generally always looking just the first thing or the last thing, and you're just like just adding, deleting to the list. You don't have to like worry about copying the entire memory set over and over and over. So if you're generally letting the queue grow really large and then processing and then deleting over large amounts of the queue, and maybe not all of it, then being able to do that like quick delete and add is useful. But the problem is that like the advantage of that over instead of just using a I don't know what the exact term is, but like what they use is a vector, right? Like which is like a Tower of Hanoi like array or whatever they call it.
A heap?
No, I forgot what they're called, but again, I think it's the way that arrays are implemented in C sharp, or lists are implemented in C sharp, which is they have an array of like a fixed size, and once you try to add to it that would make it too large,
you double it,
you
or
like
whatever,
double it or whatever,
1.5 or whatever, yeah.
Exactly, and you could just implement your stack or heap that way, and it's not really any slower than using a list or whatever. It's just the list is just easy to implement. It's really the only reason why you'd ever really use it. But yeah, there's a lot of really bad things the way my thing's implemented because, like I said, it was a very kind of naive approach. Just kind of like I was struggling it to get it to like work because like all the different ways in which you can like have them merge and split up. And I asked like I want you to like intersect this like interval set with this interval set and like give me the resulting interval set. And I was just like getting some really confusing, like there's a lot of like different cases you have to handle
Yeah.
to get that to work correctly. And so I ended up implementing it with recursion, and that was bad. That's part of the reason why it's so slow, actually.
I
And
see.
it's funny because if you have too many intervals in your set,
Stack
then
Overflow.
you get a stack overflow.
Yeah.
And like yeah. So it's one of the things that I should do. Maybe I should I mean, I've been working on these enemy docs. Maybe I should take some time instead to work on optimizing that because that is like kind of a big problem. Because like basically, if you use our like default like, we use it for our allocator for the memory manager, and if you use like our like recommended defaults or if you're like specifying yourself, then you're basically going to get a stuff that doesn't have too many different intervals, and it's like not that horrible to traverse, and it's like not crazy fast, but it's not really a problem. But there's also there's also like a memory scanner that will like scan the ROM and try to guess and figure out its own set interval where it's like free memory or whatever. And if you run that script, then you get like a ton of like really tiny intervals because there's places that we marked free that like merge a whole bunch of intervals into one big interval where there's like just tons of just unused debug stuff. And if you run the scanner, it won't actually detect that as debug. It doesn't know that's debug and unused. And so you end up getting like a huge number of intervals. And if you run the scanner, then you try to use the program, then you'll get stack overflows quite frequently. So yeah, that's a problem.
Yep.
So you recommend just using some sort of array or tree?
I guess so. I mean, I would definitely have to think more about like the merging stuff, but
Yeah. There's also certain other operations that are really common. So I mentioned needing to intersect intervals. And the main reason why you want to intersect a set of intervals that we use it for is saying that like, I want to get, if let's say because the intervals will frequently list like, here's a list of intervals of like where there's unallocated space, right? So it's not marked as used, and we can use it. So when you ask an allocator, it'll say, I want to allocate a chunk of memory that's like X size. I'll find like some space in this set of intervals that is that size, and then subtract it from that set, and then like return that address. So as you would kind of expect. So that's not intersect, that's subtraction. So that operation needs to exist too. But there's another one that says like, well, I don't want to be able to allocate anywhere in the entire set. Maybe I want to say I want you to only allocate it within a certain like bank. So I want to say from this address to this address. And that's like such a common thing to want to do that there are basically you can split the memory up into I think it's like 128. Oh no, I think it's 64. You can basically break up into 64 block that you would like really frequently want to like allocate over. And someone was like, would it make sense to just like always split on those markers kind of thing? And it's like, I don't know, part of the problem is like if I'm allowing intervals to be like split but like be adjacent, then it becomes more complicated to find an interval that like it becomes more complicated to like find the interval of like a certain size. So if you're trying to find like a like you know a interval that's like at least a certain size, right? When you're trying to allocate something, because you have to check not only the current interval, you also check like the next interval because they can be merged, but they're not merged, kind of thing. Because part of the optimizations are it like specifically merges it to reduce without, so it doesn't need to do those checks, kind of thing. Yeah, and there's also like other stuff like other implementations that like might make this even better. Like, is there like, can I like implement this with like a hash or something like that? Like, does that make any sense? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Freaking data structures. This is like the only time I've ever had to like actually think about data structures like outside of class. Just like does not actually really come up that much.
Oh. I got them to do something after all.
Cool.
Cool. This is an okay picture, I guess. It's unleashing incredible power. Whoa. Oh, well. Rest in peace, best scorer. It's just dead. Never beating that. Probably. Or I should say a different pose is probably never beating that. Different Pokemon, different pose, whatever.
I mean, that's kind of like the final Pokemon, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a problem.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I wasn't sure if you had any good ideas about this before I kind of dove into this stupid problem. Luckily, we already have a bunch. I wrote a bunch of test cases already, so I know it'd be easier to like debug it. Annoyingly, like part of this problem was that like I had to define a way that you can tell if two numbers are like adjacent or whatever.
Mm.
Like I needed like a +1 function or whatever. And like it's frustrating because you can't like in C# you can't like give like pretty arbitrary set of like constraints on your generic types.
Mm-hmm.
And like I wish you could say like give me generic types that implement like the add addition operator with itself or something like that.
Mm.
Like that's not like a thing you can do. And yeah, that kind of sucks. So you gotta like implement like
Loopy.
a class or whatever that can do it, but like our interface. But then that doesn't work with numbers because numbers you can't like
Yeah.
extend interfaces into numbers. So like if you want to have an interval of just plain numbers, it's like doesn't work. Very frustrating. I'm trying to remember how we actually end up handling this. Yeah, I think you just can't use numbers in this interval class. It has to like be over like some class that can interface with things, which is great.
That sounds
More
slow.
fun because
Yeah.
yeah, super awesome. The other thing is that there's a few things I wish C# could do that most languages can't do. So it's not like it's a C# specific problem. It's just wish C# could do. And one of them is, and I think they actually are like adding it soon, is a way to specify if a class is immutable, or if a method is immutable or whatever. And that doesn't like mutate anything if it runs. And C++ has that sort of, but apparently, like Amoeba was telling me, it's like, yeah, it does, but it's like really easy to violate it. The same way you can violate the fact that something's constant, right? Because you can just cast it and then try to use it anyways. And maybe you'll segfault, who knows? But maybe you won't. And then it's like, yeah. Someone just put a smiley face on the glow. Good picture.
Why am I even looking at pictures for this level? This level is like the most boring stage. Oh.
Trying to see if there's any cool poses, I guess.
No one's got good scores, dude. You gotta zoom in on the thing. That's how it works.
Well, the problem is it's hard to like half zoom in, right?
Yeah, I guess. I guess people don't really do that, yeah.
Yeah, either they don't know how or they're just not good at it.
Dang, my Photodex score has just been dropping like 100 every day.
Oh, you're like rank?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Because I'm like not really increasing my score very fast. I'm just sitting here not doing anything in the jungle at all, and it's really depressing. What am I looking for?
Got a lot of sweet metals.
It's not a lot.
Wow.
No, I mean really, it's not.
I mean, there is room for like 7 digits there, so I guess it really isn't that much.
Well, this is why I say that. Oh, God, wrong place. Well, first of all, I've been playing the game for like 2 weeks or whatever, but
And most pictures that you like seem to only have like 10 likes in them, so
I need to remember my way around these menus because I am not going the right way ever.
212 Pokemon? How many are there?
214 is my guess.
What a weird number.
I don't know.
I
Might
guess it
be
doesn't really matter.
215, but... Alright, anyway, this is why I say that. Achievement here. Get a total of 1,000 sweet medals online. There's 2 achievements after that, which I think are just higher tiers.
Like 10,000, 100,000?
I hope not. Hope it's like 2,500 and 5,000 or something, but like... Yeah, it sounds impossible.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know how like the system works, like how it presents images to people.
Yeah, I don't either.
Is it like you want to just keep rotating your images out so that
Not
so,
sure.
like not like to post like old images?
But I mean, you can go look at the quote-unquote trending photos or whatever, and then you'll see they have like, you know, probably 50,000. Yeah.
Right, but are they all like recent? You know what I mean? Like how did they
Maybe.
become trending?
I don't know. Except 2 of these are by DC the Joker in the top like 3.
I assume they're like some big streamer or YouTuber.
Maybe. Another one by DC the Joker. This isn't even like a good... Oh, whatever. Look, this is literally not... For...
These don't seem like particularly good images, to be completely
Yeah,
honest.
exactly.
Yeah, they can't be some like popular. They like have like a an audience outside of the game. That's my guess. Like the #1 picture is like just an apple. Like
good meme.
fruit.
Fruit. It does seem like the people that adorn their pictures with garbage are the ones that get more medals, though, which is hilarious to me.
Yeah, most of them aren't very good.
Wait, how does this picture exist? Is that a shaman? How?
Where? I don't see a
In the
shaman.
bottom left corner?
Oh, maybe.
I can't remember if you can get a shaman here or not. I think you... Yeah, I think it's a day that I know how to do that.
I mean, this is clearly night.
I see that. Like, I know where this is.
It's like right at the end.
Yeah. Interesting. I don't think I have a picture of Pichu in that field, which would actually increase my research maps, so maybe that's worth looking into. It's probably not worth looking into, because I'll probably just sit here doing it for another 6 days, but...
I love how I keep getting like emails from various itch developers because of that whole itch bundle pack thing.
Oh, do you? I don't.
Yeah, I still do every once in a while.
Weird.
Yeah, it's really you don't. I think I can unsubscribe. Yeah, I can. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty hardcore unsubscribed to like everything under the sun, so...
Mm-hmm.
Please summon the Pichu. And anything else that you can think to summon. No Pichus in sight, huh? Very curious.
Trying to debate on how bad insert and remove would be with the array approach.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember if like an AVL, like how AVL is like implemented.
There's some stuff with some swapping and things.
Yeah. You have to like keep track of like what the highest depth is and stuff like that.
Well, not really. You just know it's going to be log of the total number, but assuming you're keeping it balanced.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, if you like insert another element, then it's like, how do you know how to rebalance it? Right. Kind of thing.
If it goes beyond the expected depth, I guess you just do it, right?
Right, but like the only way you can do that is like each node you keep a count of like how many, like the basically for each like of the two like leaves of a tree, you like keep track of the size of the subtree.
I don't think you actually need to store that though, because when you're doing the insertion, can't you know how deep you are just by keeping track of it during like the recursion or whatever?
Maybe. I mean, every subtree needs the rebalance in an AVL, which is like part of the.
Right, but the rebalancing I'm pretty sure you never have to rebalance like something unrelated to what you just inserted into. Like the rebalancing is always rotations like up the tree from where you inserted. You don't have to like jump across
Yeah,
anything.
but how do you know like which like how to rebalance each of the nodes along that path?
Oh, I see what you mean.
Like you'll always know that the deeper side, either the node you're in is like let me think.
I know, I'm pretty sure there's a way to do it. It's been a while, but I'm pretty sure you don't have to store depth on the nodes. Like,
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know. All I remember is we talked about AVL trees, and at the end, of the, like for a bit, and then we're like, yeah, and then we talked AVLG trees, and then we're like, yeah, I mean these things are cool and all, but you should just use the red, blue, or
oh
black trees.
god. I mean,
And they didn't teach how they work. They're
I'm
like
not
these things are really
surprised because they're
these are really
really
complicated,
complicated. Yeah.
but there's no reason to really ever implement any of these things because they're like most like you can just use like a collections thing, right? And it'll just that's just how these things are typically. If you do like collections that sort or whatever, that's like just how these are implemented already. So you don't like need to really worry about this. It's just conceptually you should like kind of understand and like. So you don't really need these things like these trees because using these other structures are actually better anyways. And they're really complicated. You probably don't actually want to implement them yourself. So maybe there's just like maybe C# just has like a like sorted list. Sorted list. Okay, there is a class. Is it abstract? Does not look abstract. Although it's sorted with a key value, although the key is the value, so that's a little weird, but I guess that's fine. Okay, well, I'll stop doing that. Oh, the sorted set. That one would be sorted set is just a key. Interesting. I wonder how it's implemented and if that matters. Duplicate elements are not allowed. That doesn't really matter for me, I think.
This picture scares me.
Changing the sort values of existing items. Not supported. Immutable sorted set. What the heck is this? Is it a set? Is the set immutable or is it over a set of immutable things?
Sounds potentially not very useful if it's literally completely immutable set. Like, what are you gonna do? Never insert anything? Like,
also it's sorted.
I mean, I could give you a sorted immutable empty set without like.
Oh yeah, the set is immutable. Yeah.
So you just give it items at the start and then.
Yeah, it has
Yeah,
a
I mean, I guess that's
range
okay.
method.
As long as you can put things into it at the start, at least.
Yeah, and it has like the normal like other set things like add, reverse, remove. It just gives you a new set.
Oh, that kind of. Okay, sure, sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
It's immutable.
functional set.
I guess. I mean, that's what immutable normally means.
I
Right? If you do
guess.
like string plus string, it returns a new string, right? Like string is usually like the classic immutable object.
Yeah. Although if you're... Wait, they're going places. Wait, they're going places. They went places. Alright, I'm about to gather the gang. The gang is gonna be gathered, and there's nothing the gang can do about it.
Everyone except for Waluigi. I saw a really funny. I saw a really funny one of those. It's like they had this like analysis that's like, oh, it's like, well, like Luigi's catchphrase is it's Luigi time, and if we actually like the question is when is it Luigi time? And if you look at a clock, the most logical time for Luigi time is when the hour and minute hand form an L, which happens at 3 p.m. or 3 a.m. Now, Waluigi says his catchphrase would be "It's Waluigi time," which would be what Waluigi's symbol. Unfortunately, you cannot form Waluigi's symbol on a clock. Therefore, you can conclude it's never time for Waluigi. It's pretty funny.
It's too deep, dude.
So the only like issue I have with this set thing is that I would need like a way to get like. It's also weird that it's called a set because it's like in my eyes a set isn't ordered. So it's like how can it be sorted? Like it's ordered, but it's like is it just a list, but it just doesn't allow duplicates? Is that what's going on here?
I mean, sure.
It's just confusing to me because like I said in my brain a set is just a like unordered collection. That's kind of what it means in math. As long as I'm looking at this, because the sorted list has like a separate like key and value that you sort by, which is just fine, but not really needed, right?
Shucks. Wait, where's the Sylveon? Oh, they're all here. Yeah, there's a Shaman, and a Pichu, a Sylveon, and I'm gonna wake them all up. Didn't wake up. Can't wake up, dude. I gathered the gang. It was tough. This is a 4-star? Who decided that? Oh, fine. Been missing that one. And not that I don't have a 4-star, I just have that 4-star. So this is only a 4-star if you have like all the other Pokemon in the picture? That is wild. It's probably worth a lot of points. Do I even have a 4-star Pichu? Oh no. Did I fail to take a picture that I should have taken? Three-star Shaman. Oh, baby. Do I have a 4-star Pichu? I guess maybe when they're playing in the flowers during the daytime, that might count. Map. Come on, show me the crown. Show me the crown, dude. Dang it. There's still Pokemon on this stage that I haven't found yet. I do have a 4-star Pichu, and yes, it's... yeah, okay. Forgot about that one. All my Shaman pictures are terrible. Kind of depressing.
They're like none of them are looking at you.
Yeah.
Or the one that has his eyes closed.
No, Shaman always kind of has its eyes closed. Yeah, well, fair enough. Well, no, this isn't like eyes closed, like blinking eyes closed. This is eyes closed like Brock face eyes closed. Like it's just
Yeah,
like XD face or whatever. It's just he's going places.
The problem with the set thing is that I don't think there's no indexing, so I don't think there's a way to like there isn't a way to like get the previous or next element in the set. Now, which is kind of important to be able to like do a lot of the operations I normally do. The question is, can I get away without doing that? So like, for example, I kind of do, right? Because if I want to intersect, well, like maybe I don't. I feel like I do, but maybe I don't. Like if I want to intersect two intervals, there I can get the. Like maybe I can if I key by the beginning of each of the intervals into the set,
Mm-hmm.
then I can get all the intervals whose start is in it. Yeah, but I wouldn't know the one that's before, the one that ends in it. Yeah, so that wouldn't work. It's time for I regret. Yes, I kind of do need to be able to get like, and if I key by the end, it's the same problem reversed, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would have to do a thing where I like have a set where I key by end and another one I key by start, and then I like have to get both of them or something stupid like that. So that would be bad. So I kind of do need a way to be able to get the previous or next element in the list, I think. Or it just doesn't make sense. Now, the sorted list, I think I can do this. So maybe that is what I'll need to do. Okay, you can have the same key twice, so this similarly doesn't allow duplicates. It's a little weird that it doesn't allow duplicates, but I guess that's fine, because then it's like, is the sort stable or is it not stable kind of thing. It's like it becomes like semi-undefined, but it's a little surprised that it is an issue at all, but I guess it's just how it's implemented.
What is that noise?
It seems to be more like a dictionary than a like has like mostly like dictionary like things.
Problem?
I don't know. I mean, there's also a sort of dictionary, apparently. But it looks like I do have a way to access the underlying array, which I can index into.
Hmm.
But I still would need a way to get like the index of the current thing I'm looking at. Which I don't know if I can get that easily.
Excuse me. Oh, there's no way any of these are beating that picture. What's even the point? Oh. That feel when it's actually a crystal bloom all along. Oh god. Best timing, dude. 1000. Shucks. That's a good picture. That's gonna be hard to beat. I still don't have 3-star. I don't know what to do about this picture. Strange.
Yeah, I think using this sorted list would work if I don't actually like. Hmm, is there an index of? There is an index of. Probably not super efficient, but yeah, I mean, it says that the sorted list and a sorted dictionary are pretty similar in functionality according to their docs, but it says that the key difference between them is that the underlying structure of a sorted list is a list, obviously, and a dictionary is like a hash set. And so
Hmm.
like because of that, it makes insertion deletion a lot faster in a dictionary, obviously. But it also makes uh a list is faster if you're inserting in order, right?
Hmm.
Then a sorted list is faster than a sorted dictionary. So, which I actually think is generally the case for me.
Hmm.
I don't know, but that way, what I do if I use a sorted list and then just use the actual just underlying list for it's like indexing and searching. I don't actually use their like the actual searching functionality that's built into it. And I think I could probably use it. Just to kind of like I feel like I wish there's a way I could actually leverage off of those.
Hmm.
It's like kind of awkward because like the sorted set has like a whole bunch of like the set functions that I want, but the problem is that they wouldn't really work with intervals. But at least this way I wouldn't have to worry about how it's implementing insertion and stuff like that. But my guess is that it's just, I mean, it says insert and delete O of n, so I assume it's just copying the whole list over whenever you insert or delete,
Hmm.
unless you're adding to the end of the list, in
Right.
which case it's not. It's generally O of 1 sometimes. So yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, so sword dictionary is actually a tree.
Oh,
It's a binary search tree.
imagine that. Sounds like the thing we've been talking about.
It does sound like the thing we've been talking about. So, oh yeah, the dictionary uses it more memory because it's a tree.
Mm-hmm. Is that actually a concern?
Not really.
Yeah.
if I can access the underlying like list though. Doesn't have one. Because like I said, I do need a way to be able to like say, give me the previous or the next element. And if it's a tree, I can do that. But the problem is that like I don't know if that's like exposed in any way.
Mm-hmm.
It also doesn't say anything about whether or not this is like a balancing tree or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I have no idea.
Nice.
いいね。ベストタイミング。いいね。いいね。いいね。いいね。いいね。いいね。
Yeah, it looks like it just doesn't expose this stuff. Sucks.
いってらっしゃい。
I mean, I could just implement my own, binary tree. I don't want to implement like a balancing one if I can help it. I could. I need to like look up how to do AVL again.
Yeah.
God, I never thought I'd actually ever have to implement that.
It's not that bad. I've done it like 5 times.
Really?
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, I did it for class,
I
obviously.
did it for the class that I TA'd like many times, so yeah. And yet, here we are, I still don't actually remember exactly how it worked.
Yeah. I mean, it also has like the issue that like it's not a list, so everything is like its own thing on the heap. So it has like slower indexing.
Yeah.
So even though it's like still O of n, it's still slower by a lot than like
Just using an array.
than just using an array. Yeah. But the thing about the array is that it's self-balancing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you usually don't need to do any of those things, and the array is like super actually amazing about that stuff. It's just the inserts and deletes are just really slow.
Well, they're not really slow, are they?
O of n, right?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, it's gonna be like O of n over 2, but still. Same thing.
Right. Ah! That's not the course I was expecting. Somehow.
C Sharp actually does have a linked list like thing, apparently. How about that? Oh, there's also hash set. Then what is dictionary? Is actually dictionary just a tree, like normal dictionary? How they implement dictionary? I never actually knew this.
どうだった？
Doesn't say. How does that compare to hash set though? Oh, it's a hash set, not a hash map. Okay, fine. It probably is a hash map. I mean, it'd be pretty surprising if it weren't. Well, right now I'm kind of still leaning towards just using the sorted list a little bit. It's just that like part of me I'm trying to re-implement this so it's more efficient, and I kind of don't want to like do something that's not efficient, right?
Mm-hmm.
I also just don't know how much slower like access time is into like, you know, a tree compared to an array. Like how much slower is that really? Because like the main difference is just caching, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, because like the memory accesses are like the same number of memory access. It's just a different, just local caching versus not.
Right. How does this happen?
Nice one.
Master of tying my shoes here.
Something like that.
Yeah. Alright, well, it's AMQ time, so I guess I mute the music.
According to random sources on the internet, they think that the sorted set is red black. But apparently.
got potential, I guess. Da, 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 da.
How goes development? Well, I did a lot of not working, and now I just started.
A lot of research.
I did a lot of research, and basically decided that I'm gonna do something that's not optimal because I'm lazy. Basically, what I'm doing is I'm trying to rewrite existing code that adds no functionality and make it potentially run faster. There's like one other like major like optimization thing I want to do at some point, which is the way undo is being handled. This thing Amoeba implemented. The way undo is being handled is apparently really slow.
Why?
I'm not entirely sure.
Wait, like
I can't remember
which part of it? Like when you actually hit undo, or like
when you
every
try to
thing?
undo. Yeah, when you try to undo, it's apparently really slow.
Gotcha.
I'm not exactly sure why. So I think like what's up happening is that like for some reason I kind of recall like every time you take an action it saves like an entire copy of something or whatever. So when you hit undo it like and it's like a stack. So you hit undo it like pops a stack and then like
Yeah.
writes all that data back out.
Mhm.
For some reason I remember that was done in like a somewhat inoptimal way, but also it's like why is that slow to undo? You think it'd be slow to take actions, not to undo. So I was a little confused.
Yeah.
Not exactly sure why. It's not, but that has happened as an issue where like undoing can be like really slow.
I mean, typically, ideally, you want to save the action, not the state. How?
Right.
How? That's like
But you
the
need to
fourth
have-
time tonight. Sorry.
Congrats.
I,
But I think part of the problem is you need to have like a way to have like an inverse operation for everything.
for sure.
And like some operations is not easy to make an inverse operation for. That's kind of like the tricky net. Like you can enter a problem where if you don't write your inverse operations correctly, then you can like
Yeah, you can undo into state that never existed.
exactly
Slash
you don't
just
undo correctly,
crash or whatever.
or you like take an action that like
Yeah.
just can't exist an inverse operation for kind of thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, when you do that, usually you want
You
a
want the entire
warning
state.
or whatever, but
Oh well.
or
maybe
that,
not.
I guess.
Yeah, the other issue with undo is not an efficiency thing, but like right now, undo right now only handles like a very specific set of data and actions.
Hmm.
So it specifically works with like the level editor and specifically like the tile editor.
Hmm.
So it doesn't work with any other data. So if you're working with a tile set editor and like messing with graphics, can't undo. Working on the map, can't undo. Editing like room properties and room objects, can't undo.
Gotcha.
You're like
So in other words, you're also, I mean, you're also
This was
messing
a
up the
blinky-
state.
well, I mean, since the tile data isn't like dependent
Right. No, I understand.
on that
but-
stuff, it like you're not gonna end up with a weird thing where you like you undo something and now like some previous action like makes literally no sense at all, and you're like entered into like a bad state where there's some data pointing to something that doesn't exist or something like that. It doesn't happen because it's just tile data. Nothing like really references it like that.
Mhm.
The other thing is that I would need to kind of double check is how the allocation stuff works, because the allocator runs whenever you load and whenever you save. And it doesn't need to run when you load. It just runs when you load because that way it can say, oh, here's like the current allocate, like here's how things are currently would be allocated if you save, so you know how much space you're using, kind of thing.
Mhm.
That particular process really needs to be asynchronous, because that allocation isn't super fast, and it like you don't want to increase your load times just to get this like extra information that you probably don't really care about most of the time. Similarly, like while you're like adding and removing objects and so on and so forth, you kind of want to update the allocations, but again, you don't want it to like keep recalculating the whole like allocations every time you like make any change ever, right?
Yeah.
So it should like kind of periodically say like, oh, it looks like this could be allocated. Let me run this into the background and give you a new like allocation update kind of thing. It's just that if it's kind of like something that's like asynchronous, you like have some major race condition issues all suddenly, right?
Potentially.
Because you're like allocating like a really complex data structure that is not thread safe.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in theory, it's not like a huge deal if you end up allocating something incorrectly at that point, because then it's just like you load the ROM and then you very quickly like delete 5 rooms or whatever, and then like the allocator like doesn't like get that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really a huge deal just because it's just like information and that like might not be like accurate or whatever. But when you save it, that like locks the program, so like it isn't a problem then. Like that would be like a synchronous call. So we need like a way to make that either asynchronous or synchronous, kind of depending, which I don't think is gonna be a big deal. So it's not like a huge deal if the allocator in asynchronous node, if like the underlying data gets like screwed up. It just needs to make sure it's not like somehow like gonna crash or something by like multiple things like trying to write to the same thing at the same time in a way that makes, because the allocator will generally assign the addresses. I mean, I can make it not actually assign the address, like allocate the space but not actually assign the address. Like I could make it do that, so like the allocator would have no, it's a read-only operation, right? You wouldn't like modify any data. But yeah, not sure. It's something to consider. You have 2 and 27 different commits each. Wait, what does that even mean? 2 and 27. So Amoeba, I'm working on the thing. Git status. I still understand what you mean. You have 2 and 27. You have like 2 different branches that you're like trying to merge both of them or something. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of docs that I haven't added in yet. Oh yeah, I just kind of changed everything, didn't I? Don't worry about that.
I'm already worried.
Well, I just renamed the interval class to be called interval set because that made more sense. But yeah, I'll that like changed like almost every file, which is gonna cause for sure a merge issue later on. But I'm not gonna worry about that right now. But yeah, I made a bunch of XMLs. I don't know if you saw this yesterday, but that's small. I went and I did all the base parts, and I did the escape creatures, and I kind of did Batoon. Batoon ended up being... After I did Batoon, I was like, I don't want to do any more bosses for a while. I might just... But I'm going from the bottom because I figured other people are going from the top, even though like no one's working. Yeah, so this is notes. Yeah, so this is my script, by the way. It's not, where is it? This guy. So I basically have like a bunch of named addresses that just replaces them with some names. And I was just kind of going through PJ's RAM and I was just giving names for like, all the addresses. And eventually I got really, really tired of doing that and stopped here. These are all addresses that are in bank A0. For your 8,000. And then I just have enemy variable names, just generic ones, and just kind of procedurally get added in. And then instructions get here. So I'll just kind of like pass in like a big block of PJ's code. So this is Batoon. So here's like it goes from like the nice thing enemies is they always seem to start at their palette at the beginning and then they like end at the bottom with their with their like tile sprites. Like almost every enemy is structured this way, which just makes them very convenient to grab all their code. And then that'll output a file like this. So in this case, the instruction list isn't modified because PJ's already has like kind of disassembled, so I didn't need to bother. But when they're just there's a byte string, like I can actually like have it write out instructions. But it'll like have things like load index, load C, store into this enemy size X, and then load this value for the Y size. So like it'll made it a lot easier to read, and it still has the raw bytes, so I can see in case it's something weird. We both created a method of upgrading project configs. What I don't even mean by that. Yeah, I can hand it to you. I can send you the script if you want. It's really inelegant, and it has some issues. And yeah, it'll detect if it's like. Let's see if I can find one. Oh well. This one doesn't do it at all. Bottoon's a terrible example, but like if it indexes like, you know, parameter 1, but it references the high byte, it'll do like +1 in the address. So it'll do like param1 +1. So it'll do something like that. Well, bosses are complicated, but one, some of it is already like documented by PJ. So like all the instruction lists are already documented. So my script doesn't actually run over the instruction list at all because it just already is documented. And also, Bottoon doesn't use a single parameter. If you search enemy param, literally no results. And the only other things are used is I call them instruction, and they're stored but it's never loaded. And if you look up properties, properties are technically like they get modified in place, like they'll set or unset a bit, but it's never like used for anything else. Just like weird things like this, like these could have been one instruction, but I'm like, there's a few. I'm always like extremely painfully aware of how yeah, they're used for the properties, but I still like when you search them in case like an enemy loads the property and then like uses that for some variable and then like writes in like a hard-coded property back in. So I still need to check for that. But yeah, so Bottoon uses no data. It doesn't even use its XY position, which isn't too surprising. I'd like double check that. The problem is that, so I was like, well, okay, there's no data, but like what I've been trying to do is kind of document also like, here's where you can find like, if you want to change how this enemy works, you can also find like, here's some documented like addresses of some like useful things to know.
Finally.
So if I look up, say, you know, this guy, right? I'll say like, if you go to these addresses, like it says the enemy runs back and forth a certain number of pixels, and you can like change it by going to these addresses. Like not super trivial, but and like this one's got a little more information, like because these look up off of a table. So it's like here's a table, and you go to these addresses, and you can like change this data, right? So I have that. I kind of have that documented here this way. Even though they don't really have a lot of parameters that they accept. So Bottoon, I was like kind of starting to do, but it became super horrible because I couldn't ever really figure out. So I got most of the things I cared about. So there's this thing which I have no idea, ignoring that. So there's this thing here which is Bottoon's speed as he gets low health. So this is something available if you want to increase Bottoon's speed. Another one is the position of the holes, which is this table.
We're back.
All right. And this is like a list of all the movement data, which is a little tricky to explain. But basically, it's like XY deltas, and they get either, and they're always either, I mean, they can be anything, but they're always either 1, 0, or -1. And so it's just a list of, there is a tool for editing these. I've just spent so much time trying to figure out how to do this. 'Cause I was like, dude, this how is anyone gonna make this by hand? This is like, I know there's people who've made custom ones. It converts an SVG. Got it. Yeah, so it's a series of just like 1 pixel movements, and then there's a Terminator 80 at the end for the end of the list. But and so this speed is the number of like a number of movements to do. So 2 means it'll execute 2 of these movements per frame. So it'll move 2 pixels per frame essentially, because these are all 1 pixel movements. So that's like how this like kind of works out. But you could make these like all these movements larger, and then this movement becomes like larger respectively. What's super interesting is that this table is the list of like the different movement instructions to run. So this one's first is like a pointer to which like movement list to run. But the second number is either 0 or -1, and if it's -1, it means run the list backwards. So like for example, here we go to DFE0, it's like run this list here, and it'll just run through that list. And then down here we have run E1 for E, which is a Terminator, but it runs backwards. So it's gonna run through this same list, but like it runs it in reverse. So like it'll run the same path forward or backwards, which is like really interesting, but that's like an option. This third variable is like which hole to go to. So either 0, 8, 10, or 18. Yeah, and then hits the Terminator previous one. Yeah, which is why there's like an 80 Terminator at the beginning of the whole list. So there's an 80 at the like essentially before and after every list. Yeah. And the last variable is unused. It's just padding. Now what I couldn't figure out was the problem was there's 2 things I couldn't figure out. One is I have no idea how it knows which hole to move to, like which hole to start at, because I couldn't like find anything that moved Batun around besides this routine. So I was like really confused on like how this works. And also like how this lookup works, like which one of these things to load was confusing. So like there's like some variable that chooses whether it does the top half or the bottom half. And I could not figure out what the heck, like there's a bunch of things that seem to either invert it or set the 1 or set the 0. There's another variable checks if they're equal. Like I could not figure out what the heck that variable was used for, but it determined the top or bottom. And then, welcome back. Then each group of 4 is determined by which starting hole you're at, which again, I don't know how that's determined. It seems to use like this variable, which implies it always comes out of the hole that it went in, but it doesn't do that. And that's what really confused me, because the code implies it always came out of the hole it goes into, but it doesn't. So I don't know how that works. And then each of these 4 are just random. It rolls a die between each of these set of 4. And generally it like goes to just, or each path is a path to a random hole. So like hole 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 4, 3, 0, 2, 3, 1, whatever. So yeah, they basically each like go to a random hole, except for its bottom half where 2 of them are duplicated each time, and it never goes to itself. So it always goes to a different hole, apparently. Yeah, so it's like weird, and it's like I'm spending all this time trying to document how it all works. But if there's something, if there's like a program that already kind of does this, then like I kind of just want to say, I mean, I might just write down what I have, but like it was very confusing. Something else that's interesting is once you got the end of these movement lists, no matter where Batun was, Batun would just go in a straight line to wherever the hole is. So these paths are lined up so Batun generally ends very, very close to where the hole is, so you don't really notice it. But if you like mess up the paths or you mess up the hole positions, then like Batun will like go around and then it's going a straight line to the hole, which can be weird. So yeah, it's kind of important that these paths like make sense. But he doesn't like teleport. He just like he moves at the same speed, just like he just goes in a straight line to it. Yeah. You make a beeline to a hole. Gotcha. That is a link to the forum. That. Oh, just because the comma didn't get like detected in the copy paste. Nice. Don't put commas in URLs. They just don't work with hyperlinks. Oh, this like works with all kinds of paths. Interesting. So this must be a really common format then. Interesting. But like, how do you use this thing? Does it just generate this table, or do you still have to do all this? Yeah, I see a list. It says Spatoon, Spore Spawn, Fantoon, Eviers, whatever the heck those are. All addresses error margin or plus or minus 1 byte. Again, don't know what that means. They're big enemies in the bottom of Meridia. Oh, like the baby Dragon.
Fantoon, Dragon, where are we?
Pace SVG. Bezier first looks for a single path element, blah blah. Don't leave the field. NaN% done. Hell yeah. So what does this generate? So does it generate just a byte array for this? And you still have to like update all this stuff, I guess?
Oh, so fast.
I assume so. Also, I have no idea how to make SVGs. But it's a separate issue entirely.
One does not simply make SVGs.
I'm sure there's some good tools for it. Anyways, that's interesting to know. But I think that they use Adobe. Yeah, but that's super not free. I don't know. I wonder if Paint.net can do SVG. Anyways, that's super interesting. But it probably just generates these byte datas then. So I definitely do still want this documented. The problem is that the main thing that I wanted to figure out before I like kind of closed the book on Botwoon is like, what the heck is the top and bottom? Like, what is the difference between them? Is it just like alternating? Is like one for like low health and one for not low health? I don't know. Oh, there's also one other table which was like the probability that Botwoon shoots, which is done in a kind of hilarious way. It's terrible. There's a lot of terrible things about Botwoon looking through the code, but let's see if I can find it. God, it was really silly. Like, it kind of makes sense, but like in paper. Okay, here it is. So it loads from this table. So it rolls a random number from 1 to 8, from 0 to 7, and then it'll randomly call one of these 8 routines. And depending on which routine it calls will determine whether or not Batoon shoots or moves. And there's certain conditions in which Batoon will just always move and will never shoot. One of them is that this one here, which is Batoon is below 50% HP. I have no idea what these two checks. One of them, by the way, is the one that determines if it's the top or bottom half of this. So, shrug. Maybe Batoon, there's like a thing where Batoon never shoots twice in a row. But I'm pretty sure Batoon can shoot twice in a row. So, I don't know. There might be like, I wonder if there's like some weird thing where like, to make Batoon move, when Batoon goes behind the hole, Batoon will like move again at like infinite speed, but like it's invisible. So it uses like these tables to do that. And so maybe that's what this bottom table is for. Yeah, but then if that was the case, like why would they like even have different paths? Because they have like different paths from the top one. They're like unique. I don't know. I don't fully understand it. Anyways, it loads this table, and the first 3 values are for shooting, and these ones are for not shooting. So if you want to change the probability, you just need to change like this distribution. Oh no, I think the first 3 are for moving, and these ones are for shooting. So Batoon's have a higher chance of shooting than moving. And then but you want to be careful because the first one you want to be moved, because this code for like making Batoon like skip the RNG check here makes Batoon always run the first one in the list. So it just sets RNG to 0 basically. So the first 3 have to be moved. The first one has to be moved. It's like you can change how much Batoon moves or doesn't move. If you want, I'll copy this table out. This table, I have no idea what it's for. It does some like check, and then it's like it gets an RNG number and mass it. This number is based on like the health state, half, quarter, or normal. And it gets a random number, masks the random number with this number, and if the number is 0, then it sets some flag. And I'm like, so like, based on how much, like what state Batoon is, it changes the probability of that happening. It's shrug. I don't understand. This is like such a weird piece of code, and I have no idea what the set flag does. Absolutely no idea. Trying to figure out what this variable did, but it took me a while. But it's like the trail speed in like a... And it's like it's set in like just the right way so that as Batoon gets faster, the trail basically gets like fewer steps behind, so that all the different segments are like the same length. But that means that if you increase the speed, like if you have like parts of this that are faster, then like the trail like will like speed up and slow down in those spots. So if you have like this like come fast and slow like in the middle, then like Batoon will like slinky a little bit, which would be kind of weird. Because it doesn't go like a certain like distance in the path behind. It's like a certain number of frames behind is like where the segments fall. So it's like a little awkward.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it makes sense, but it's also like, yeah, you want to be a little careful if you have like a thing where Batoon, like you probably should just make Batoon constant speed or it will be weird. But yeah, that's my docs for this so far, and that was pretty much most of the stream was trying to figure out Batoon. and failing, and now I'm like, you know, I'm gonna take a break from Batoon, and we're gonna work on this smart stuff instead. So what I want to do now instead is re-implement the entire interval class.
because that'll, you know, be simple and not Batoon-like.
Yeah, different kind of pain. But it seemed to be like becoming a growing issue, so I should really just do it. Do you not have an app? Oh, you need a... I think this list should just be innumerable. Yeah, I kind of call this because it might not. It might like overlap, I guess is like the fear. But you're calling for an interval, then you know they don't overlap because it's like not really possible, but this they could be. It's not safe.
Why?
No empty can count. But yeah, I don't know if you have any insight about Batoon or whatever. Feel free to let me know about some of that stuff because it'd be kind of nice to kind of figure that out. And I'm like kind of my wit's end to try to figure out what the hell the end of that means. I don't know, maybe someone in the... Yeah, I mean, that's definitely useful, but it's not... It's not, I don't think it is related to bot swoon specifically. It's just the SVG to like this line format or whatever that...
さて
But definitely useful to have just in general. I might link it in the docs, just like so that like, hey, if you want to make these tools, you probably don't want to do it by hand. So this is useful.
いいねナイスタイミングベストタイミング
List dot sequence equals.
Not bad.
いいね
Oh.
ナイスタイミングいいねいいね いいね
Oh, is there another equal method that's like
ベ
better?
ストタイミング
There is. Okay.
いいね
Won't worry about this one. You can show the docs, but you can't edit it. That's probably fine. Merge interval. This is like a helper function. What does this do? If there's a next, if this and the next overlap, then it can be merged. Not entirely sure I want this specific. I'll come back to this because I might want to change this implementation anyways. I just don't know how many references it has. Used an add and oh, it's only used an add. Yeah. I wish this told me the count. Like how many are there, please? So I might dump this particular implementation, we'll see. Okay, so... Trying very hard not to sneeze, but also trying to sneeze. It's very annoying.
The worst.
Okay, I got the sneeze out. We're good.
The worst. Sneezing is for scrubs, dude. Can't believe you sneezed.
I don't know what that's supposed to make of that.
What?
頑張って
Absolutely nothing is the correct answer. You're supposed to ignore me and make me feel like an idiot for even speaking. It is the correct answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Done. Alright.
No, it's actually too late, unfortunately.
Too late! Alright, so first I need to do like a binary search to like find this element. I might want to have a function for that. Virtual, what is this inheriting from? I don't know what this is. I don't know why this is virtual. Huh. Let's see. Target int. Well, it kind of matters if it's overlapping, like in the beginning or the end. First. Intersect. Alright, now I have to just remember how binary searches are implemented.
Good luck.
Alright, so list dot count divided by 2, I assume. And that was some sort of some sort of while loop. I'll come back to this in a second. And then we would say that list dot values of index. So you can tell they intersect if this more might be the first one. So you still need like the search. As soon as you find a hit, you need to search backwards linearly, I guess, until you stop finding an insert. It's a little awkward, but I guess that's fine. I don't know, like what the syntax I even had for this. So I think curly is the one we're like inserting. Well then, if this is the case, then we definitely, return game deck. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the opposite. How many cases do I really need to check here? I'm trying to think of all the different possibilities, and then I can try to collapse them later.
始めようか。
I guess the
ベストタイミング。
if this only contains the end, then I need to search backwards, right?
いいね。いいね。いいね。いいね。いいね。いいね。ベストタイミング。いいね。いいね。
Probably need like a bound here. Essentially, can I please have control of my keyboard? Thank you. Pretty sure our need something looks more like that. So if the start is greater than the end, I need to like search upper half. And if the end is less than the start, then search lower half. And here and otherwise there has to be an intersection. So either the start is contained, in which case you're done. Or it's not, but they intersect. So you have to search backwards. Okay, so we don't need any of these other things. We just know you just search backwards. So if you want to search in the upper half, then you say that bound.start is equal to index plus 1. And you'd say that we run this calculation. And you say continue. Oh, there's probably got to be a check here. That's like like while bound start is less than bound end, probably. Maybe less than equal to. This should be plus, not minus. Taking the average, the mean, not the distance. Probably don't need a +1. Yeah. The exit condition doesn't feel correct. Because what happens when they're equal?
待ってたよ。
Yeah, this isn't. Yeah, I think this just be less than equal. I think that's fine.
張ってね。
How do we do? How did we say unreachable exceptions? I don't know. Okay. A much more complicated way to do this, but this is like the binary search. And this code's really just to make it so we get the first one, like guaranteed. I'm not sure, like, I don't know. I feel like there's like maybe a problem, I'm not sure. I call it first intersect. I actually kind of hate that these are capitalized. Okay. There's no intersection. Am I indexing this correctly? List dot values of index dot end is equal to is this read only? Ah. How much of a problem is this? This is like immutable, but I'm like, does this particular object need to be immutable? If you resolve the conflicts but you have errors, well, then the fake merge resolves are the. I guess I'll just make these not read only. What are you complaining about now? Not modify return value because it's not a variable. Are you sure? What are you smoking? My brain. That being immutable seems important.
どうだった？
Maybe. Well, I'm kind of like changing how this like works.
Your brain is immutable? What?
I don't know why this is an error, but this is not an error. That's just kind of magic, huh?
Meow.
Yeah, so before these like intervals were like an internal object. And so now I'm like, why don't I just use the external one instead of using this internal object?
Wow. This is a surprisingly good picture, despite it being a complete throwaway.
Oh, I have errors again. Why?
I am error.
Is there like some imbalance like bracket somewhere?
ナイスタイミング。
Are you like perploding because this exists?
Oh my god.
Do you want me to build or something so it like figures out what the hell it's talking about?
おお。いいね。
Oh, it's complaining about
ナイ
this.
スタイミング。
Don't worry about it.
Uh,
Okay. So we do this, and then you need to figure out if this needs to either merge with the next thing or like delete anything. I think it's sort of like the same thing, really. Like a merge because it contains or merges because they like overlap is not really any different.
I'm meant to be on a different level for this.
Yeah. And You know, if compare to guarantees returns the difference between these two variables, then I don't actually need a +1. I can just check if the difference is like 1. And then I can just have a parameter that says what is the accepted difference before you merge things. And that would work, actually. And then you only need one kind of interval set. I don't need both kinds of interval sets. And I think they do. But the problem is that's not like a definite... I don't think that's like an actual rule of compare to. That's just like just how compare tos are typically implemented. Because I'm basically treating compare to as subtract. Right? Yeah, there's no like enforcement on that rule. It's just how it's typically used. The docking stuff seems to be deleted from the project now. Oh. I don't know, it works for me. But if it's broken, then somehow there's stuff in our projects that are like different and not part of the repo, apparently, which is great. I mean, I think it just is fantastic all around.
Do I sense sarcasm in your voice?
Never.
Never. Do I sense no sarcasm in your voice?
And is greater than or equal to 1? No, greater or equal to... So 0 means they like overlap. So -1 means that they're... Great. What the hell does it even mean? I also don't feel like I should be using compare to this way. This is like kind of like violates the definition of this function.
Don't worry about it.
It's just nice because then I don't have to actually worry about like... Does integer implement compare to? I don't think it actually does. It actually might. What does continuous interval look like? Oh, it does. Cool. This just feels like a sin, even though it almost certainly does what I want it to do.
Don't worry about it, dude.
I'm extremely worried right now.
Someone's gotta eat this apple. Dude, they're all hecking Tragedy of the Commonsing this apple right now. They're all trying to get to it and they're pushing all each other away. Please.
Yeah, you really don't. This is... Yeah, so this like just does the merge.
Yeah.
And I think this is the entire routine. So it's actually like a lot shorter because most of the lifting is being done here. but apparently it's being done in a much simpler way somehow, which just kind of concerns me that I'm doing it incredibly wrong. Yeah, I am missing something. Because what can happen is... This only catches examples where... Yeah, no, this is wrong. Okay, let me think about it a little bit more. Yes, it's just incorrect. So first of all, this can become reachable. So if this fails,
God.
okay, so if Alright, what is the check I want to do here? I guess we want to just do this check again. Yeah, so this can actually break out early as well. This should definitely be return -1. No, this shouldn't return -1. So these check if there's like no overlap whatsoever. And the start's contained, and that's it. That's what we're searching for. I mean, I could have it so that it just creates a new node and then merges, which would delete the node, is not efficient, but it is simpler.
始めよういいね
So let's not do that.
ナイスタイミング ナイスタイミングいいね
Oh.
いいね
Oh, it's such a good picture, but the pose is gonna lose for sure. Yeah. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Alright, so I actually only do one of these checks because we're searching in one direction. It's this one. If the end...
Hmm. Hmm. Fascinating.
Can this be clearer than start?
Why is this crystal bloom even over here? That one I still don't quite get.
Totally like turning everything into a while loop.
Sounds nice.
Maybe like this. Yeah, the issue is that if this never runs, then this is wrong. So is it possible for this to never run? Yes. Okay. Okay, we'll just do it this way.
Oh, this is 4-star? Oh. Heck yeah.
Okay. So this definitely shouldn't return. No, it does because there's no intersection at all. It's bad. Alright, and there's two ways this can be modified. Either it needs to grow backwards or it needs to grow forwards. And then it either needs to merge backwards or merge forward. It only needs to do one time. Wrong. No, it can do multiple times. Just kidding. So if compare to interval.
What? I don't get the joke.
I don't get it either. I almost wish this like returned not just the state, but like not what just index, but like which of these two cases, whether it looks like this or looks like this. This is fine for now. Why is my mouse cursor messed up? There you go. So otherwise we do like the opposite here. You say that the start is equal to the start. Oh no, there's one other case. Maybe I shouldn't have this like sub-function, just pull it all out. I don't know. Or I could do the thing where I add an extra add and extra delete. It definitely simplifies it. Alternatively, what I could do is I could set both. So I can say that interval dot start is equal to the min of interval dot start comma start interval dot n is equal to the max interval dot n comma n, and then just merge in both directions. I also can't do this because it could like contain the other one. So this should be this. Anyways. Well, if I'm merging in both directions anyways, then I don't really need this routine, actually. I can say, like, just give me any intersection. And then intersect those two bounds. And then just merge in both directions. I think that's actually equivalent and faster. The only downside is that there's like an edge case that doesn't really affect performance very much, where in theory deleting earlier in the list is slower than deleting, like it's faster to delete forward than it is to delete backwards. Because every time you delete, you have to move every element over one, and so if you delete backwards, it takes 2 extra operations. So it's like slightly faster to do it the other way around. But I don't know if it really matters that much, and I have to like do extra searches to look backwards to find the starting point anyways, that I think it actually ends up being basically the same, if not faster, because I might have to search one more extra back anyways to see if, like, oh, I've gone too far and I have to go back forward one. So I think it basically ends up being the same. So this like super reduces the number of checks we have to make in theory. This is just no overlap whatsoever. So just insert and go. And then expand, so it's the union of these two intervals. And then I just need to merge in both directions. So that searches, this deletes forward. Merge forward. And then we need another one that's merge backward. No intersect. I have no idea how to spell intersect apparently.
Who does?
So I need to look -1 now. Oh, the one check is I need to check boundary conditions here. There's no checks here that says that you're at the end of the list, so I need to put that in there too. So while index is less than list dot count. Count. -1, I think. -2.
Yeah.
Right, like the index +1 is less than count -1,
Wait,
or just less than count.
when did I take this picture? This is godlike. I
The laughing.
literally don't remember taking that picture.
The one you just took. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Right, is it laughing or happy?
I don't know.
Things is ready to kill you.
Oh, definitely, but that might mean it's happy.
Exactly.
This was the recommended, so I'm gonna take. Yeah, definitely not beating that one. But, I mean, I guess I'll submit something. Oh, I didn't like my pose. Or my size. Or my background. Well... Other Pokemon bonus is too strong. Other Pokemon bonus is not strong enough. Take that.
I'm also writing this without recursion this time, so that it doesn't like
That
stack
is definitely
overflow.
gonna help.
Look, man, when I wrote this, was I still in college? I must have been, right? How old is, like, how long ago did I write this?
That's me.
I don't know. My excuse here is that I was not. I was an even worse programmer than I am now. Is the way I would describe it. And I wasn't really considering the fact that recursion is somehow slower than loops or something like that. So much at like undergrad CS is like recursion is magic, functional language, etc., etc. And then I was like, holy shit, recursion sucks. Yeah, recursion is how you make it faster. I mean, isn't that basically just turning your recursion into a loop?
You've been spotted.
Gab shock. It's technically different, but it's still loop. Got it. Yeah.
Well, isn't a tail recursive optimization like instead of like popping the stack like one for each function call, you literally just pop all the way back to like where you first called it because the result doesn't change on the way out. It's like the point.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, as long as it's not.
Yeah.
I see.
I mean, that's what it means to be tail recursive, is nothing happens after. Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. It doesn't have to push the return addresses, essentially. I mean, you still need the variables for the new stacks, right?
Right, but you don't need the variables for the old stacks, you just reuse it.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because as long as you're not like doing anything else after the return,
Yeah.
then it you don't even, you can like basically immediately delete the stack, and then yeah, and that basically would just turn it into a loop. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But it's still written in like recursively.
Mm-hmm.
That's neat. That's a pretty cool idea. That's like
But I mean, sometimes you just can't write it that way, you know?
right. Like for example, if you have like a tree and you want to like recurse on both children,
Right, yeah.
literally can't do it that way.
Yeah. Oh, bye.
But that's just like a compiler optimization. Like you can't like make the compiler do that.
I don't think so.
So it's just a matter of like trying to write code that like you think will make the compiler recognize it as a thing that it can turn into tail recursion. Functional languages make tail recursion really fast.
Yeah, functional programming languages are really big on optimizations like that.
And it makes sense because functional languages are generally pretty terrible at speed unless you do that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure Haskell, for example, is actually not bad.
Really?
If you compile it and don't interpret it.
Yeah, got it.
Um,
Yeah, I mean that makes sense because you can just compile it into C, right?
I mean, I guess. I don't think that's what they do, but
But yeah, you can compile it into like a way that makes it faster or whatever.
yeah.
Gotcha. So make it not actually run the way that you wrote it in any form, but does the same thing.
I mean, I guess. I mean, I'm pretty sure it still runs similarly enough, but
Mm. Yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about Haskell, but I know like in OCaml, there's like, which is kind of like OCaml and Lisp are like my really only introduction to like functional, which is a little biased because of that. But like list operations fucking suck, dude. Because you can't index, right?
yeah, I mean, you always recurse. You take
Everything
head
is
and
a
tail and have fun.
everything is a linked list. There's no such
Yeah.
thing. And so like that makes all these operations that are normally constant time are now O of n.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you just don't do those kinds of things in that language.
You just don't have arrays. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's still plenty of things you can do. Like, you can get work done. It's
Sure.
just there.
It's just the problem I have with functional languages is that like I feel like the set of programs that like you can write and still be as efficient as like other kind of languages are like really small, and like there aren't any kinds of programs that run faster. It's just strictly slower or equal. That's like
I mean,
kinda
there
how it
are some
feels.
kinds of programs that are easier to write, though. Like, anything that's like,
Yeah, easier to write is another story. Yeah, that's true.
they're like really good for like parsing and stuff like that, generally
Yeah,
speaking.
the parsing makes a lot of sense.
Kind of where they shine.
Yeah, and that is basically what I use those languages for in school.
Mhm.
Like we wrote like various kinds of interpreters in a functional language. So which was super convenient, right?
Mhm.
But I don't know. Functional language felt a little bit like a little more like you're writing a straight Turing machine, if I had to be like straight, which is like cool, I guess, but also feels it can be really hard because it makes a lot of more abstract things harder to write. It feels, I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like the thing that I miss the most from functional programming, not that I don't know, since programs are just written so differently in like different languages, it's not like you're actively missing it, but whenever I think about it, the pattern matching stuff that most functional programming languages have is like really nice.
What, like regex or?
No, like everything.
I guess I'm not really that familiar. C# has pattern matching. I don't know what you guys are referring to. That's like not regular expressions.
Like
I probably know what you mean. I'm not like familiar.
Like, so you can
specifically.
do a case statement on a list, for example. I think it's called case, and one of your cases will be like head followed by tail, and in that case, because of the way that you described the case, you now have a head and a tail like variable, and then another case will be like empty or whatever the heck it's called. I don't remember what they call an empty list. Null, something.
Yeah, C# has that kind of stuff.
But you can also do, like, you can go really nuts on that when you have, like, for example, let's say you have some kind of, like, again, parsing, and you have, like, a whole bunch of different kinds of, like, parse nodes. You can say, like,
Type of.
if
And
you
then
just have a
variable.
case, and every single case is a different one of the, like, nodes. And
Yeah,
each of
so
the
C#
nodes is already got its own structure, like, just built into the type. And so you
Yeah.
can...
C# has that. It's super useful. So like we'll pass in like we'll have an object. We'll have a function that's like add, and it has an object, and then it'll say like switch case and it's like case type of room as room, or case, PLM as PLM or whatever, and then you can use that object in that case, like already casted in. It's super convenient.
Well, and it's like more than just the casting. Because it's also
Sure.
like the destructuring. Yeah. And it's also
Actually
it's
going.
also not just like the type per se, because you can also have like edge cases just handled right in the case statement. Like an
Right,
empty
I mean, you can
case
put like
or
any
whatever.
arbitrary like condition in there, I think. I don't think it has quite all the things that you said. Like it's not like full
Right,
coverage.
yeah.
It has a lot of it. I mean, it's and then just Python, which just makes me sad. Python feels like it could be a really fucking good language, and it just squandered it, and they just refused to make it not terrible. Scoping as hell. Developers refuse to implement a switch. There's no such thing as statics. There's just like so many things about that language that make it so frustrating. The generator functions are weird. They're like awesome, but have weird things about it that make it annoying to use. Their threading is strange as well because you can't kill threads, and I don't know. It's just like it's an almost great language, and it just also you can't compile it, which kind of sucks. I do.
I mean, you kind of can, but yeah.
Haven't found a good way to do so.
I mean,
Actually.
I've seen compiled Python. I've never done it, but I've seen it.
Yeah, because Python's weird because
Like-
Python actually is a partially compiled language.
Like
It's
makes
not
object files or
actually
whatever.
Well, not just object files. Like when you run code, it like will compile like snippets of code before you run it frequently. So it like is like partially compiled. Like it kind of compiles runtime ish. Yeah, it's like a bytecode, but it's also interpreted, right? You can feed it instructions one line at a time, and it'll run them one line at a time. So it's like a weird mix. But yeah, like I never really found a good way to like compile Python properly. I don't know. It's become like a problem for work, and it's part of it is just honestly I just don't know enough about it. Like there's things that can do freezes. So like there's like Pi freeze, and there's what's the other thing that's the other popular thing? Pi
God, I
don't
felt
know.
this hard.
Pi installer. Yeah, that's the other one. And they'll compile it into like a bytecode or something, and then it like packages Python and any dependencies, and then wraps it all into an exe. And like the way exe does is just like it like unpackages all of it to some temporary file and then runs it to compile it. It runs Python on the compiled bytecode. But the problem is that like Python bytecode is not very compiled, as far as I'm aware. And it's like it's practically source, and you can just kind of open it and read it. So like if you want to have like compiled code for the sake of like making your source code not as available or whatever, then it doesn't really work as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I guess, but that's not necessarily. That's not the only reason you'd want to compile something, right?
No, it's not. I mean, I'm not even entirely sure. Yeah, I don't know. It's not, but it's
Especially considering that doesn't really work anyway, but
no.
you can always
It
decompile
doesn't.
stuff.
You can, but like if a program's sufficiently like complicated, if someone hands you like a big C++ program or whatever that's been compiled with the optimizations or whatever,
Yeah.
and they're like, well, I can run through a decompiler, but it's like it's going to take you a lot of extra work to still make heads or tails of the program, right?
Possibly. I mean, it would also take a long time to make heads or tails of the program if you gave them the source code, you know?
Yeah, but it's harder, right? Because the optimizations are gonna make some things weird. You lose like all the variable names, you lose all the comments.
Sure.
Like, I don't know.
There's people out there who are just good at reading that stuff, though.
Yeah.
It's like their job, you know? Like, that's what they do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're not wrong, but if interval is null or entity is empty, then return false.
Yeah, I actually haven't touched Python in a while now. It's been some probably a couple years actually. Surprisingly. Ah! Dang, that was like the perfect timing, and I... Oh! Espeon came down! Please eat the fruit! Please eat the fruit! Oh, please let me take a picture of you eating the fruit! Yes!
Right.
That's a request.
It's like halfway behind the tree, and
Yeah.
it's like, not good enough.
Oh! Espeon's going over to the... Oh! Oh! Are you gonna go down? I hope I didn't scare it away. Oh! No! No! It's going... No! No!
No, I've always wondered what species Ori was, and like looking at Espeon, I'm pretty sure Ori is an Espeon.
Oh! We got the whole gang!
Oh, it's like all the evolutions.
Well, no, all four of the
Oh, it's all the
seasons.
deer.
They
Got
weren't
it.
here before. What do I even need to like do? Is something like supposed to happen here?
Lots of points.
Well, there's a request.
Oh, they all howled together.
They do that anyway.
I don't know.
Well, I learned something though. But I can get the Espeon to show up over there, and that may be part of the puzzle. Unfortunately, it's like super confusing because there's like 4 different states to this room depending on which season you went through on the way here, which determines which Pokemon are here, more or less. It also determines which seasons are like in that ring to begin with. I guess you can call one of them by hitting the crystal, and then I guess you can call another one by using the Espeon, which then gives you all 4 kinds. Hopefully this is like acceptable. It's a good thing I don't need to beat any like scores anytime soon. Okay, there was a picture here that was like surprisingly good. I think this was the one. I was like zooming out and like turning my camera and like not even paying attention. I just hit the A button and somehow got this. It's not perfect, obviously, but it's surprisingly good. Okay, but this is a new wing pattern on this Pokemon, so that's good. Which also means it's a new Pokemon for the research map.
Okay. How do I...
Well, this
How does
picture
this-
sort of has all 4 of the big ones in it. I don't know if it has the small guys, but try it. Okay.
It's like all 8 forms or whatever.
Yeah. God.
A very legendary picture. Do you have any idea how you like did that?
I think I just scanned the Espeon and jumped down because of that.
And they all showed up.
It caused one of them to show up.
Hmm.
I got the other one. I've been able to get the other one to show up. 2 of
I
them are
see. So
there.
they do like
from the
a
start.
I see. Okay. Well, you might need to like do a thing to even get there, which like effectively causes that one to show up or something.
All 4 of its seasonal forms at once. Perfect timing. You did wonderfully. Thank you.
Cool.
Request complete. Yeah. Awesome. And it's a worse picture. Yeah, no surprise. I'm really not surprised.
You can upload it, but I don't know if it's like.
No, I didn't even save it.
Yeah. See a nerd.
Yeah. That was a good run. It's always exciting when Pokemon just start doing things. I actually
think
made.
I just flip
pretty-
these like the max of the 2 starts and then the mid. No,
Oh, I
think
guess
it's
this picture is saved forever though, just because it was a request picture, and it always just forever saves the
auto
request
saves,
picture that you, first time you took it. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I don't think you can upload it though. You don't have like access
It's
to
not like truly saved. It's like you gave it to Todd. Todd has your picture.
it. Yeah. Or whoever. Yeah.
No, this is the intersection. It's not the subtraction. Yeah, this is like extra awkward because there's no this wouldn't make sense because like it could like cut out the middle of the interval, which means the interval needs to be split. So there's like 3 cases. I think they're all kind of similar. So either like cutting out of the end,
Oh right, I was gonna check my research map.
I'm cutting out of the start. I'm cutting out of the whole thing.
Dang.
Or I'm cutting out of the middle. So in this case, start equals interval dot start. In this case, end equals interval dot end. In this case, delete. In this case, we can go either way, but we could say that end equals interval dot start, and then you have new interval dot end comma end.
Wait, did I ever take a picture of this, shoot? Well, fortunately the forest seems to be in a wintry mood right now, but... Not sure how long that'll last. There's still a Pokemon over there that I don't know what it is. It's a little weird.
So this one actually can just end immediately. These ones require you don't need to merge, but you need to do the opposite. You just need to rerun it again. You need to find another intersect.
Does this guy follow apples? Oh, this might work. I mean, not now, it's too late, but...
Oh, you're like trying to lure them over and then get them all together?
I'm trying to get them together with the Trevenant, but yeah. Really is in a wintry mood right now.
Now, I'm trying to see if I like need to check for all 4 combinations or if I can like somehow combine these. Oh, actually, I think I have these backwards. Yeah, and equals interval dot start. -1 actually. Okay, I guess there's another behavior of the open interval. Since you can't do plus or -1, if you yeah, you can't have like size 0 intervals, essentially, or like open intervals. Like you can't if you. I'm confused. I'm trying to think of how I implemented it. Or did I make every interval open? That might have been how I did. I just made all the intervals open instead of closed.
Were you talking about the continuous one or the...
Yeah, the continuous one.
Okay, I was gonna say, because like, this doesn't make sense if we're talking about like bytes or whatever.
Yeah, that's specifically for the ones with, well, floating point really, but, you know, real numbers.
Uh-huh.
And the floating point one is a little awkward because there actually is a, like, next value, but, like... could actually be merged.
Yeah, don't think about that, right?
Yeah, well, it would be fine if I actually had a way to get that, and I think there actually is. Forgot what it was called. I remember like looking through the list of math functions, and I think there actually was like. I was like kind of surprised I saw one. I don't remember what it was though. I don't see it anymore. Maybe I'm thinking of C, like the C's math libraries. Not C sharp, 'cause I don't see it. But yeah, I think the continuous one, that all the intervals were open intervals instead of closed intervals. I think that's the way I defined it. Which is fine, I guess.
Yeah, I just had to scan the Espeon. Also, boy, that was a really weird just moment of deja vu, even though that was, like, very unrelated to anything. Back in Pokemon Coliseum, maybe it was XD, I can't remember, but my, like, main party was a Gardevoir and an Espeon, so, you know, partners in crime here.
I guess they're both psychic, right?
Yep.
Like, so if I ran this on this, what would happen? So I'm just curious, what if I run these routines on these guys?
Wait, Espeon's not doing anything. Okay, so I guess I don't know the full puzzle here. But I don't think I need to, fortunately. Or, well, I guess you kind of do for course score. Wait, where'd the Espeon go? Oh, it's still there. Yeah, you actually do... you do kind of really want to know how to do this if you're going for course score, because those... Villains, or whatever the heck the name of the butterfly thing is gonna, like... It's a unique Pokemon, you don't find it anywhere else in this course, so... it would increase your score by, like, an entire multiplier, which is kind of gigantic, actually.
So this would be moved here, and this would be moved here.
Yeah.
Which would make it invalid, which should cause it to get deleted. And this one, they just wouldn't be changed. So it's like the min of interval dot n comma this. And this is the max of interval dot start. Is that how this works?
Every time I see this stupid dragon's name, I always think it's Dompe. It's a Drampa or whatever it is.
Grandpa, yeah.
I don't know, he must be Gen 7 or 8, because I don't recognize him at all.
Drampa's from Sun Moon,
Yeah,
so
okay.
7. Yeah.
Yes. Nice timing.
And this valley becomes...
Wait, this is really better? I'm surprised.
Wait, no,
Look
this
at
is
that.
not.
Wait, this is really worse? I'm surprised. Depressing.
Yeah, I think this kind of check just doesn't work. I think I just need to check for all 4 cases. Trying to be cool, but I can't think of a way to actually make it work.
Too cool for school. Where the heck does that phrase come from anyway? What does it even mean?
It means you should skip class.
Because you're too
I don't know where it's from.
Wait, but who
that's
says that?
usually
Is it said by the people skipping class, or is it said by the people trying to convince you to skip class? I don't know.
No, but you say people who skip class would say that,
Okay.
or people who think it's a good idea, or people who say that to people who are skipping class.
Oh,
don't
like
know.
sarcastically? What do you think, you're too cool for school?
I guess that doesn't. I don't even know if it's a negative thing actually.
Hmm. Well,
I don't know.
Crystal Blossom
I don't
is
really.
definitely new.
You're missing the flower.
I was, but that's not the only thing still, apparently.
Okay, still missing a Pokemon.
Or something, yeah.
Well, one of the sections you don't have a flower.
That is true, I noticed. But actually it's more than one section that I don't have a flower, so... There's sections that just kind of have gaps in them that are the most suspicious, but... For now I'm gonna try and get this, what are these guys, Meowsticks? Or is that a different Pokemon? I think I would remember their names. Esper. I think Esper evolves into Meowstick.
Who the heck is Meowstick?
Whatever Esper evolves into.
The
Maybe.
heck?
It's like a bigger, less cute Esper. I think it also changes fur color or something.
I feel like I'm gonna say something controversial that I don't really like Esper that much.
I don't know, I don't really like Esper that much, but I don't dislike Esper.
I don't know, he just looks really goofy.
Please don't bop the Esper, I'm trying to lure... It's so slow, I need to be zoomed in, what am I doing? I wish I could see, like, progress. Ah! Wait, that was unexpected. What's the Espeon doing here? There's no way. Pretty sure that's what you have to do, though. Oh, summer. I haven't had summer in all day. Wait, there is a Crystal Blossom here. Have I not taken that picture? I surely have. Have you ever just seen a Bulbasaur meditating under a waterfall?
No, actually.
It's a thing they do, apparently.
Bulbasaur best starter? Like, period, or like Gen 1? I don't even know who my favorite starter would be. Especially considering that I would not even be judging this based off of their like actual like gameplay advantage. Period.
Time to do tournament arc between all the starter Pokemon and process
My
elimination
favorite
the heck out of
starter
it.
is Mew.
Same, dude.
And because
My
Mew
fav-
could beat any of the starters.
My favorite starter
so-
is Ralts from Pokemon Randomizer.
But I think Mew could actually happen, right? You can like pick up a Bulbasaur and it's actually a Mew, right?
Yeah, it
Just
also could
pretend.
have been a Ditto, so be
It also
careful
could
what
have
you
been
ask
Drowsy.
for. Yeah.
I mean, a Ditto starter would be also fine.
Dude, Ditto sucks. It's such like a weak Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise everyone would be running it, right? Oh yeah, I wrote all these things backwards, but that's fine. I need another order.
No, you moron.
I can't figure out why project config seems to be busted. Don't know. But I mean, like, if I had to choose, we're talking about actual starters though from like the main games. I mean, like, I don't know. I'd have to like look at a list.
Same. Let's go Fennekin. It's the closest to Vulpix.
No, probably not. I'd more likely choose Charmander actually.
Fair.
I'd probably choose either Charmander or Scorbunny. Actually, I like Scorbunny.
I scared him away. No. Why? I'm not sure what this guy is trying to prove right now. That he has a face or something. I don't know. He's doing a pretty okay job of that, but... I mean, yeah, Espeon rocks. Can't really deny that one.
I wasn't really considering those. Are they actually starters or
Yeah.
just because
Yeah, I mean, you start with them. If
in
that,
what game?
in Colosseum and Gales of Darkness, XD or whatever.
Do those count as main series?
No.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, I said out of main series Pokemon.
Ah.
Or main series games. Yeah, I mean, if you expand to other games, because then you have like mystery dungeons, which have a
Yeah.
ton of them, right? I could literally just say Vulpix.
This guy.
This guy, this idiot.
Wait, this is a good picture. This is a ridiculously good picture. How did this happen?
The lighting. What lighting score?
The lighting sucks? Is that...
I don't think that's like a thing they consider.
No.
Like,
No, you can take a picture that's just completely sheet
Let's
white.
go
and-
Eevee. You can't even choose your starter on Let's Go.
I mean, I would consider Pikachu though,
Yeah, 'cause
because
yellow,
the yellow
yeah.
version is
Yeah, I would accept Pikachu's
And
fine.
in yellow version, the choice is between Eevee and Pikachu. It's just your rival takes the Eevee before you have a chance to actually pick. So I would actually consider Eevee a proper starter too, personally.
fair enough. But I'm fine with taking Eevee being on there, but not the evolutions.
That's fair.
ベストタイミング ベストタイミングいいね
It was such a good picture, and the pose sucked. Why?
いいねベストタイミングいいね いいね
Alright, it is what we call past midnight, so I'm gonna hit the hay.
Okay.
Probably check the image board one last time, but
Octad OST. It's not even like the full OST. There's just some YouTube mix.
Octopath definitely has some good tracks. I don't know
It
if I would
does.
like say I love the whole soundtrack, but
I have. I've done it on stream several times.
no, I
I
saw.
love the whole soundtrack.
Yeah,
It's pretty good, honestly.
yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, it's probably one of the things that kept me playing the game, but
It's got a lot of like these like opera epic songs and whatever, like very Final Fantasy 6/4 feel, you know.
I think my main problem with the soundtrack isn't actually a problem with the soundtrack, but it was that like the best tracks weren't the tracks that you were listening to for like most of the game. If you know what I mean. It's like the tracks that you heard the most were like the ones that were kind of my least favorite, which is usually
Gotcha.
kind of backwards, but
Yeah, it's like that in Breath of the Wild too, right?
yeah. It's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm. So the end is greater than or equal to the start, and I need to move the end one less than the start. Or if
Well,
Go
I
ahead,
made
Zach.
progress in elsewhere, I guess, today. I made progress in Night Park also. Actually, I finished Night Park, kind of. I finished all the requests in Night Park. I'm still missing research map there, somehow. I don't quite understand that one. This isn't Night Park. No, I don't want to look at it right now. But if I'm missing anything in Elsewhere Forest, it feels like it would be between... It would be like on this path with the springtime one. There's like a gap here. Although there's also a lot of... There's some space in autumn and there's also a lot of space in summer, so I don't know. I don't heckin' know. There's also apparently something at the very start that I haven't found. Maybe I should look into that next time. But this, like, gap is way too suspicious not to have something, I don't know. But I'm not, like, getting spring nowadays, so... You know, whatever. Alright. Gonna cut stream. Thanks for watching. Have a good night. See you guys around. Peace.